I was grading
this.
exams in the break between.
Oh. Are they doing well?
Yeah, students have just been kind of real resilient the last 2 years. We're back in person, but they started not in person at the beginning. And yeah, students they're doing well, considering all things considered.
Right.
How about for y'all?
Yeah. We're on reading week, so we do 12-week terms, 12-week semesters, and so we've just finished week 6. We're in reading week now. So.
Nice.
Which is like our spring break.
Yeah, I saw Tiffany Timbers tweet out about this workshop and how it's good for your reading week. So then I did some Googling exactly what a reading week is.
It's the week where you tell yourself you're going to have time to do a lot of other stuff and you're going to be able to sit and think, and then you realize you've committed to giving like 3 presentations.
I know that all too well.
Right, I've just missed one thing. I'll just quickly go and run. I've just got to grab this one last thing. I forgot my iPad, but I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Jay, are you an admin? Yeah, you're a co-host. Shannon, you are a co-host. So either of you should just let people in.
I'm going to disable the waiting room. How's that?
Oh, can you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be excellent. Thank you.
No worries.
Huh, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
So my read of the room so far is that there are very few people who work with chemicals.
From what I could tell, that seems to be the case. So we'll learn lots from you in your field.
I really hope that we learn a lot from you in your field, because I'm going to tell you some stories during my talk, and it is what it is, but we are definitely, as a field, a work in progress. And we're sort of subdivided. There's computationalists and experimentalists. Computational folk, a little farther ahead. Us experimentalists, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we've got Jay, then Aya. Oh, hi, Aya, you're here.
Hi, I'm here.
Aya or Aya?
It's Aya.
Aya, I'm sorry.
Oh, thanks for asking.
Jay, Aya, Shannon, and Maria. But Maria's not for a while, so she may still be some time. Shannon, it's like literally -10 here. So, oh, sorry, that's Celsius. It's been a while since I had to convert to Fahrenheit, but it's cold.
Yeah, that's quite cold.
What is it? Yeah.
Fahrenheit, we're high 70s, so that should be, oh gosh.
Oh, I hate you.
High 20s for you, low 30s? No, maybe that's not quite the conversion.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful though. That's a beautiful temperature. My wife had a few years in Berkeley. Well, she did a PhD there, so we had a few years in Berkeley. Yeah, California just had some wonderful memories.
We do have some wonderful weather. I've only been here a few years. I was on the East Coast of the United States for a while, so I know cold, but I was happy to leave it.
Depends on where you are on the East Coast.
Yeah, I was in Philly and Baltimore, so not as cold as the Northeast for us, but enough snow to be annoying.
Yep. Grew up just outside of Philly, good PhD postdoc and a good portion of science work in DC. So yeah.
Oh, wow. I grew up in Upper Darby, just outside Philly.
Okay. I'm on the other side of the island, on the other side of the Delaware, so in Jersey.
Yeah.
So we might make a start. Jay, towards the end of yours, I might have to duck out to let the person into the building. The buildings are all locked down. Shannon, we've had these massive protests up here, so they've locked down all the buildings. But it should only be a few minutes or so. So I'll start recording. How do we do this? There we go. Right, there we go. So folks, welcome back from our workshop. Our next speaker is Jay Hattrick Simpers. He's from the University of Toronto. He is one of my partners in crime in terms of a co-lead of reproducibility at the Data Sciences Institute. He is going to talk about towards trust and reproducibility in materials AI. And just on a personal note, it's just been wonderful getting to work with Jay these past few months. Just a guy that knows a lot about everything and he's very generous with sharing that. So thanks very much, Jay. I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Awesome. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to air my particular community's dirty laundry in front of a bunch of strangers. It's gonna be fun. So what I wanted to sort of talk about, right, is more towards this idea that it seemed like a lot of the talks yesterday, I felt like people had identified paths forward and were really, particularly Ben's talk, I walked away thinking to myself, wow, this is a solved problem. For my own community, we are definitely in the sort of aspirational space. And so I wanted to sort of talk to you about why, how this is, but also provide a couple of positive examples of like how you can have really major impact by being open. So it's not working. Oh, so interesting. Oh, it's because I'm not clicked here. Okay, perfect. So if you could find the right material for any number of applications, you could very literally change the world, right? As a material scientist, I'm constantly on the lookout for new materials, things that could, I don't know, turn CO2 into something useful, capture CO2 from the air, split water to make hydrogen so we can have hydrogen cars, make more efficient turbines. With the right material in hand, you could change the world. And with that type of great response, with that great power, comes a whole lot of skullduggery. And so let me start out by saying 20 years ago, 30 years ago, people in computational material science identified reproducibility as being key, right? It got from the time where we could follow someone's derivation on the side of, in the margin of our letters, to when you're talking about modern density functional theory, molecular dynamics, and now neural networks, random forest, Gaussian process, you can't reproduce somebody's work on your own without access to their data or their models. And so to Ben's point earlier, I'm not sure if he's actually familiar with this, but he's not the only person to say that if you can't get the data in the model, it's an advertisement of scholarship, not actually of scholarship, right? So this is a problem that for my field has been known at least for 30 years, and we haven't done better. And a lot of this comes down to this sort of concept of my problems are different. You'll hear this often when people talk about AI techniques and something was successful and, oh, but my problem's different. Even as recently as like a couple of months ago, I was at a big data for material science conference and someone asked, this was an honest question, what if someone deliberately adds bad data to our data set? Deliberately to screw up our models. And you're just like, this is crazy. Why would anyone do this? Because in my field, misinformation doesn't kill, right? If I screw you up and send you down a rabbit hole, and I've already identified that that's a dead end, that's time that you're wasting while I'm making progress. And there are potentially billions of dollars and Nobel Prizes waiting for the people who discover new materials that, again, turn CO2 into something useful, can split water. Sort of tangentially, weirdly, I've heard companies actually say that they'd rather share their models than their data, right? Which, I don't know. So it's money, right? And there's this idea within the community that if you closely guard your data, you have an opportunity for massive personal glory. I understand most of you all aren't physical scientists. There's a thing called a superconductor. And it's a material that conducts electricity without any loss. And if you could discover one that happened to occur at room temperature and ambient pressure, you would, the world as we know it would change immediately. Data centers would no longer need all of this cooling, right? Your GPUs would no longer need fans. Energy requirements across the board would drop 40, 50%. The first superconductor was discovered in 1911, Haidt owns, right? And for a long time, those superconductors that were discovered were only superconducting below 10 Kelvin. What that means is you'd have to be out in space in order for it to be useful, or you need liquid helium as you do with your MRIs. So for the better part of 70 years, people tried like the devil to try to push that temperature up. There was a group at IBM said, let's not look at metals anymore. Let's look at insulators, things that don't conduct electricity, because those will be great superconductors. And they immediately showed a jump from like 10 Kelvin to 15 Kelvin just by switching to oxides. And so there's this huge arms race. And a group in Alabama and Houston discovered a new superconductor that, wow, 93 Kelvin. Liquid nitrogen is 77 Kelvin, and liquid nitrogen is almost free. It's cheaper than beer. So something that's superconducting at 93 Kelvin is game changing. When they went through the peer review process, the allegorical story is they were concerned about skullduggery. So they sent it out to the journal. The journal's editor sent it out to reviewers, selected competitors. And those people tried to reproduce their work and basically scoop them for like half a year until finally they couldn't do it. Paper was accepted and the authors were like, oh, I am so sorry. This is 1985. My typewriter has sticky keys. I wrote it was ytterbium, barium copper oxide. That B stuck, I meant it was yttrium, barium, copper oxide. And so this is entrenched in my community, particularly in the experimentalists, and if you go into industry, it can be even worse. But even still, within my own community, there's many examples of where you can be open with data selectively, firewalling stuff until it's ready for publication. And so this is an example of materials project. It's for my community, massive open computational database. Computed property is about 200,000 odd materials. I consider it one-stop shopping. Whenever I consider a new material system, I go there, see if they've done anything, see what the structure is, see what the lattice parameter is. This is completely open. It has API access. If you're interested in materials data right now, you could go and download every data point that they have publicly available. And it spans phase diagrams, Fourier diagrams, electronic structures. It's a very comprehensive data set. They have 120,000 users, right? And there was a conversation yesterday, like, what's in it for me? And we hear this a lot in our own community. What's in it for me for making my data available to people? They built a community around this. The two major publications for this in less than 10 years have garnered more than 6,000 citations. Personally, I think it's critically still undercited. And the impact, right, both to the PI, Kristen Person is a rock star in my field and is funded as such. The impact overall to the entire community, including those of us who are doing AI, is just massive. And so here is a clear example where you make your data available to folks, and if they find it useful, it'll come back to benefit you and the community. Code's another matter. So this is another example from tangentially my field, condensed matter physics, where there were two researchers, one at Berkeley and one in Princeton, and they fought for 7 years about the structure of water at -46, like screaming at one another at conferences, yelled at one another. We don't need to go into the details. Again, it's a physical chemistry thing, but basically for 7 years, they wouldn't share code with one another until finally the Princeton group was like, look, here's our code publicly available. You all take a look at it. And after several years of pressure, the Berkeley group made their code freely available. And there was maybe a physics violating bug in it. The idea, of course, is all models are wrong, but some are useful. And so while both models were wrong, the one from Princeton tended to be useful and people kind of agreed with it. Whereas the one from Berkeley, people were a little bit more skeptical about. And interestingly, this whole battle was done over scripts for a program called LAMP, which is probably the biggest, greatest example from my field of why open sourcing code comes back to you 10,000 times over. This is a labor of love by a Sandia National Lab scientist, Steve Plimpton. It's an open molecular dynamics simulation platform. Let's not worry about what that means. It was first published in '95, but it was actually funded by companies and the Department of Energy, who then decided this is so useful, such a great lift to the community, let's make it available to everybody. If there aren't 10,000 users worldwide in a relatively small subfield, I'll smile and eat my hat. If you go to their website, right, there's hundreds of updates, and they're not all being done by Steve. They're being done by other users in the community, adding potentials, finding bugs, and fixing them. It's a huge lift to the community effort, where the original paper has been cited 35,000 times. And literally, it created a whole field from an entire field from whole cloth. So the principle of like, what do I get out of making my code available to other people? What's the benefit to myself? It's potentially massive. It potentially is huge. Just quickly, my own group, we're the Autonomous Discovery of Alloys, right? Autodial. Focus is on building robots, helping them to help us to trust AI, and then making open science platforms to promote equity in the sciences. And so the question of why are we even interested in AI for materials really comes down to, you know, if we consider ourselves cooks, these are my ingredients, right? It's the periodic table. There's about 30 useful elements, right? I can mix them together in different proportions, just the same as you would if you were cooking. But even having the ingredients right isn't necessarily going to get you the appropriate risotto, right? And so processing is super important for us as well. And so when we think about how do we generate reproducibility, we first start with like the building blocks, which are our elements and how we process them. And describing those are hard, but it gets even harder when you start to think about what is a material and what are the length scales and the ways that you have to describe the material in order to arrive at something like, I don't know, carbon fiber for a 787. properties that start with single atoms promulgate up length scales, acquiring new problems along with them, grain boundaries, cracks, inclusion, all the way up from nano to micrometer level detail to macro like an engine, and finally into a final product. How to properly featurize a material, even to be able to create a mildly predictive model across these multiple length scales is a non-trivial task, and one that, frankly, we're still working on, right? One example from recent work of mine with NIST, UMD, SLAC, and NREL was super focused, right? Really small problem. Transparent conducting oxides made by 2 different labs. But it took us the better part of a year to really figure out how to properly capture the information, both data and metadata, necessary inside of our experiment in order to permit data exchange and even comparison of results across samples, right? And so you often hear about making data findable, accessible, and interoperable. And the findable part, relatively easy, make a website. You make a website, you make it free to folks, it's findable and it's accessible. But the interoperability aspect of it involves coming together as a community and sort of forming consensuses around what are the important features necessary to be able to hand a data set off and actually have someone be able to reproduce the work that you've done, or to be able to make the same material or the same model. And this is an example where we all agreed, right? We were working together, and still experimentally our data, orange versus blue, agree in principle and trends, but don't agree in value. And so you start to ask yourself, how do I even begin to, let's set reproducibility to the side. Let's talk about trust. How do I trust a model that comes out of a data set that has this sort of heteroscedasticity to it, right? How do I come to even begin to trust that? And then as a community, and maybe this is the same for the rest of y'all, we don't agree on ground truth, right? If I pick a rock up off of the ground, I believe in causality, right? There's a state of matter. There's something that determines its interactions with the world around it. I can take a measurement of it. I can take an electron diffraction pattern. But I know that the moment I start to interpret the data, I'm living until the ground truth world, right? I'm assuming some rules for interaction. I'm assuming an idealization of state, rules for arrangement. And when it comes to finally training my AI, who I was when I was doing this type of characterization and classification impacts the ground truth that the AI is going to eventually see. And so, ground truth is unknowable, but our approximation is as a crystalline material. But even then, am I a 2-time Nobel Prize winner, or am I a 1-time Nobel Prize winner? Depending on who I am, it's either a quasi crystal or a bad sample that I need to remake. And so this is prevalent throughout my community, maybe yours as well. I'm not entirely sure. But if I give sets of data to experts who all agree that, there are 3 phases that could be potentially present in this material, and just ask them to label the data, even if they'll never agree. And so we think more and more about how do we capture the consensus across multiple experiments, across multiple experts, and then use those types of uncertainties, right? Measure a Shannon entropy on your sample to then evaluate even the efficacy of a model in terms of being able to make a prediction, in this case, a classification. Rohan, I know that I have about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. But for us as a community, one of the issues with trust that's been emerging recently is even the reproducibility of AI models on agreed upon data that's been featurized in a community-wide agreed upon method. And just switching from something like Weka to sklearn, for the types of data sets that we have, we can see statistically significant variation in the predicted, for instance, holdout MAE or MAPE for data we agree on and for features we agree on. And we're all using random forest. We set the hyperparameters the same. And you switch from Weka to sklearn and you get a completely different model. And it's not just an issue for me. This is a great paper from one of my friends, Logan Ward, who's a staff scientist at Argonne. He was probably at the forefront in my community of, let's make the data available, let's make the model available, let's make the framework for developing the model available. Open source, open code, open data. He generated this wonderful method of comparison. He predicted some new and interesting materials using this framework. Then the original stuff was all written in Java. The whole community moved to Python and Jupyter notebooks. And although statistically, right, the models were able to, you know, come within reasonable similarity of one another, the types of materials being predicted to be interesting for this application, the actual thing that we care about, right? We care about discovering new materials. The best materials aren't even on the list in the new version. And so for my community, this creates an issue of trust. Whereas before I would say, mercury chloride seems like a pretty interesting system. I might dive down onto that. Mercury is nowhere. There's only one chloride on this side. And so this is a problem that my community is just now really beginning to sort of grasp. And so I'm out of time. I'll leave my conclusion slide up. I don't know if we'll be taking questions, but thank you all for your attention.
Thanks, Jay. That was amazing. Does anyone have any questions? If you just raise your hand and then I can call on you.
Yeah, I sort of imagine this is pretty far afield for most of y'all.
It feels like you need a culture shift though, right? It seems like everything, like it's really obvious that there's benefits and yet nobody's really doing it, right? And so it's like, well, why aren't they doing it? There's this culture maybe.
So sort of simultaneously with this meeting, the materials part of the Research Data Alliance is meeting, right? And so the conversation yesterday, it's the same. As a community, we approach this with extreme trepidation, right? Extreme. Everybody's waiting for the journals or the funding agencies to mandate it. Tell me I have to do it. But in the meantime, I'm sure that many of you are associate editors or editors-in-chief and maybe have been on the other side of the program management part. They're waiting for the community to tell them this is the way it has to be done. Otherwise, they're going to continue doing it the same old way. There's movement in the community. There's a sub-community sort of building up around it. And I think that the computational folks are well ahead of people like myself who are more experimental in nature. But it's a challenge. And I think what we should start doing is publicly shaming people by throwing their papers onto paperswithoutcode.com.
I think in economics, a speaker who's coming up later, Lars, he's essentially just mandated this for the main journals in economics, or like for some of the main journals, and that's just been a game changer. It sounds like that's kind of what you're waiting for, maybe.
I think that if we are waiting for it, it'll never happen. We have to make it happen, sort of as a community. And I mean, we have so much lack of trust in the community in terms of even the data and starting to build, forget reproducing someone's models. Positive bias comes in two different forms, right? One of them is I only publish things that worked and gave me really great values. The other version of it, and maybe this is not as common in other fields, is I did the experiment 100 times. This is the best value I saw. Right? If you think about that value sitting under some sort of distribution, right? Oftentimes it's way out in the outlier space. And so and then we're not often sure what's important to capture in our material. We have a long way to go, is all I can say.
Does anyone else have any other questions or comments for Jane?
Can I just make a comment? Sorry. I don't really have a question. Thanks for your talk. It was super, super interesting. Just coming from the social sciences and thinking about issues of reproducibility from the physical sciences point of view, it's really interesting to hear like similarities and differences. And I just wanted to make a comment about like thinking about uncertainty, because I feel like in the social sciences, it's so much harder to agree or believe someone's analysis, because the data that we're trying to analyze observational data, who knows what the impact of this policy is, because it's not randomized and it's like really hard to measure. And so I think like thinking about a study and whether we agree on it is like, people disagree and some people agree, and that's kind of fine, and that's part of like what we do. Whereas like it's like what you were sort of describing is like really, really strong, because I guess it's a more physical sort of measurement process. It's like really strong arguments about whether something's right or wrong. And so the tolerance for uncertainty is so much smaller in a way. So that's not a question, it was just sort of a comment, and it's really interesting to hear the differences across the two sort of different fields.
Yeah, we're learning to be tolerant of uncertainty slowly, but I mean, eventually the time comes where you want to make an airplane frame out of it, right? And so the tolerance for the elastic modulus or the yield strength of your material has to be super tight and mega conservative. Otherwise, it's lawn dart territory.
Roy, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks very much for a nice talk. I just want to make I have a question for you and a comment. And I'll just make the comment first. I'm in computer science, and the problem that I see in computer science is that reproducibility means give me the code, give me the data. I will run the data through the code. I will hit return again and again, and I should get the same results. Given that, that's reproducibility. So why should I bother with this? That's the general attitude. Maybe not everybody has this attitude, but many people do. So that's just my comment. But you seem to be a real enthusiast of reproducibility. I share that enthusiasm, but I wonder what it is that convinced you personally that reproducibility was a good idea. I'm hoping to maybe get some insight from you that I can share with my colleagues to persuade them that it's a good idea.
So there have been a number of instances in the physical sciences where people have produced results. Good example is like, I think it's like, I forget if it's the late 1980s, early 1990s, cold fusion. There was also that gentleman from Bell Labs who was making superconducting polymers at room temperature. It basically burned an entire community and multiple people's careers. People saw that, got excited about it, dropped everything they were doing and dumped everything they had into making room conducting superconductors. And it took the better part of 5, 6, 7 years and multiple Science and Nature papers until people realized that person was fabricating their data. Right? As scientists, the only way we move forward is not to constantly have to fact check one another, but to actually be able to have some confidence that someone has done a good faith effort in terms of reproducing your results. They can be reproduced. I would say that in the computer science, my pull on the way that you're describing reproducibility in computer science is still not that it's factually correct, just that I can get the same numbers as you. And so to me,
that's what I would call computational reproducibility, which is okay as far as it goes, but it doesn't really reproduce the entire experiment, which many people seem unable to digest.
I agree. So to me, it's a matter of, as a community, making sure that we're putting time and resources into projects and ideas that actually have legs. And unless they're reproduced, I don't see why you do it.
I'm smiling because of the somebody put something in the chat there, which you all should read because it's not only amusing but possibly true. I think it's going to be true around here at least.
Agreed.
Roy, I'll just like bring your comment to a close and say, I mean, I invited a bunch of folks from CS and nobody was that keen on presenting here. So there's that.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised. And, I mean, I became aware of this forum only recently. I would have been happy to present something here, maybe another time.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. There'd be nothing more that my U of T colleagues would dislike more than having a CMU professor, CS professor present. So I'd appreciate that personally. Thank you.
Just let me know what I can do and I'll be responsive.
So I'll just say thanks once more to Jay for a wonderful presentation. Really appreciate it. And just appreciate having you as a colleague as well. Just start recording. Right, there we go. So our next presenter is Aya Mitani from the University of Toronto. Aya is going to talk about reproducible, reliable, replicable in-class exercise using peer-reviewed studies. And so thank you very much, Aya.
Thank you. And me. Okay. I believe you can see that.
Yeah, perfect.
And you see it moving. Okay. I'm just going to, there you go. Okay. So today I want to talk about my experience in implementing an in-class reproducibility exercise in a somewhat traditional biostatistics graduate course. And I'm going to share some of my challenges that I faced when I was making this exercise and preparing this exercise and my plans for next time, and some new thoughts I have on reproducible research based on this experience. So I'm going to start with a little bit of the background of the course. It's called Analysis of Correlated Data, and it's listed as a biostatistics course at the Dalla Lana School of Public Health. I have about 15 students enrolled in the course with a few auditors. And it's mostly comprised of biostatistics master's and PhD students, some from EPI, some from the health policy management and evaluation department, and some from schools of medicine and pharmacy. And I've taught this course last year too, and this year, both times it's been offered online. And we meet weekly for 3 hours, and it's a lecture style course. And I embed a lot of R code in my slides and notes, and I also have breakout sessions for group exercises here and there, and we use R Markdown for homework. So of course, after taking this course, I want the students to be able to identify sources of correlation and be able to know what kind of model to fit based on what kind of data they have, yada, yada, yada. But also I want the students to be able to read a scientific paper that analyzed correlated data and really understand what was done. And I also want the students to be able to write a scientific paper that analyzed correlated data in a comprehensible way. So I thought to do a reproducibility exercise where we use data from a real study where we can sort of connect the textbook problems to real application. But of course, like in creating any sort of assessment, assignment, course material, I faced challenges in creating this reproducibility exercise. And I'm going to talk more about each of these challenges in more detail. But the first was finding a study with accessible data. Second was pre-processing data into an analytical format. Third was reproducing the actual analysis, so reproducing the tables and figures in the paper. And also implementing the exercise in class, so how I was going to do that in an online environment. And also replicating the analysis to new data. So the first challenge was in finding a study with accessible data, and I had a few requirements. The topic had to be in health sciences because we're a school of public health. So that means that the data had to be clinical data. And also I wanted to have continuous outcome because up to that point, we were focusing on models for continuous outcome. And data had to have some kind of a correlation. So I was looking for a longitudinal study or a multi-level study with like clustering within hospitals or schools or something like that. So I relied on PLOS Medicine because of its reputation and scope and the data availability statement that they have. So they require authors to make all data necessary to replicate their study's findings publicly available without restriction at the time of publication. So this sounded very promising. So using their advanced search tool, I wanted to find a longitudinal study that was published fairly recently, so between years 2018 and 2021. And I also wanted to find a study that used linear mixed effects model. So I wanted the body of the paper to have the phrase random effects. And interestingly, these what I thought were pretty broad and general search terms only returned 8 articles, but that's okay. So I went through each of these articles, data availability statement, hoping to find a nice paper with an interesting data that was publicly available. So I came across a data availability statement like this. All relevant data are within the paper, which I don't know what that means. There was no data available in the paper. There was no supplementary material that included data, no URL or anything like that. So very vague. There was also, this was a very common data availability type of availability statement I came across. You can apply for access to anonymized study data, but any cross-border transfer of individual data must obtain official approval following legal procedures. So this data came from China and we're in Canada, so it didn't really seem feasible I didn't want to go through any legal procedures just to create a assignment for the teaching assignment. And then there was this statement, all relevant data are on this repository at these URLs. And I actually did make an account and requested the data. And eventually I received the data about 2 months after, or maybe maybe it was like 3 months after even. So it wasn't in time to create the assignment. Maybe I'll use it next year, we'll see. And then this is sort of like a classical statement that data cannot be shared publicly because of ethical reasons. And researchers who meet specific criteria set in the relevant ethics approval can maybe obtain the data. And I don't think I met this specific criteria. So on to the next one, which said that part of the data was available in the appendix and the other part of the data was available on GitHub. So anytime you see the word GitHub, sounds very promising, right? So this paper was titled the Social Distancing to Slow the US COVID-19 Epidemic Longitudinal Pre-Test Post-Test Comparison Study. And it was published in August 2020. And notice that they still call this an epidemic and not a pandemic. So it kind of speaks to how early this study was published. But it was published by a group of researchers at Harvard and Mass General, and my former postdoc advisor was a co-author too. So it sounded very promising, and it met all of my criteria. So it was definitely, the topic is in health sciences, and it's in clinical data, or it's aggregated data, but it's still data on people. And the outcome was state level rate of change. And the authors used a continuous, so this was treated as a continuous outcome, and it's a longitudinal study, and the authors used a linear mixed effects model with random intercept. So great. And briefly, they wanted to study if the implementation of statewide social distancing measures, such as like school closures or work closures, cancellation of public events, had an effect on reducing daily COVID cases early during the pandemic. And the model that they used was a linear mixed effects model. And the outcome was defined as the rate of change in cases on day J in state I. And the implementation period was, they used implementation period day as fixed effects and state as a random effect. And day 0 is the date that the first public health measures were implemented for each state. And pre-implementation period was defined as days between 2 weeks prior to day 0 and day 4 to allow for some lag effect. And post-implementation period was defined as the period between day 4 and 3 weeks after implementation. And they found that case growth rate declined by 1% per day after implementing state-level public health measures. So then on to the second challenge, which was pre-processing the raw data sources into an analytical format. So the paper had listed 2 data sources in their data availability statement. And one was the New York Times COVID data repository on GitHub. And I'm sure some of you in the audience have accessed this data before. The link is here, and the data for the state level cases are in a nice CSV format. And the other data source was something that the authors themselves had compiled using news outlets and media for the dates that the social distancing measures took place for each state. And interestingly, they gave this data set in their supplementary material, which was created in Microsoft Word. So this table is in a Word document, which I had to copy and paste it into Excel and did a little bit of arranging to make it into a CSV file. So there were more pre-processing to do. I had to merge the 2 data sets and restrict the data by the date range that the authors used. I had to create the outcome, which was state level rate of change in COVID-19 cases, and of course the exposure variables as well. I'm only showing a few lines of R code here, but the actual R script that used to create the analytical data is much, much longer. And before I give this exercise to the students, I had to make sure that I could reproduce the results, but even a seemingly thoroughly written paper lacks some details. So my first attempt in recreating this figure failed miserably. And I had to go through several iterations of tweaking my code to reflect the subtlety of scientific writing when describing the analysis that was used. So the next challenge was in deciding how to actually implement this exercise during class. As a pre-class assignment, I asked the students to read the paper and answer some of these preliminary questions. What was the research question? How was the primary outcome defined? How was the primary exposure defined? And I asked the student to actually write down the model equation they used in the primary analysis of the paper. And this was actually a very telling for me. I learned a lot about how the students interpret word into math. And in the text of the paper, the authors say we fitted a mixed effects linear regression model specifying the log difference in daily cases as the outcome of interest and including a random effect for state to allow for within state correlation of cases over time. And what I learned is that this phrase random effect for state is actually pretty confusing. Because the authors don't specify what kind of random effect this was. In textbook, when they describe the model, they would specify a random intercept for something or a random slope for something. But you see a lot of these sort of vague description of random effect in scientific papers. And also, this was a longitudinal study, so I think many of the students expected a random slope in the model as well. But this random effect for state was actually a random intercept. So this sort of asking the students these preliminary questions was a very good indicator of how well I was teaching the material in the course as well. And also the last question, what was the date range used in the primary analysis? Okay. So I used the Learn R package to create the exercise, and I had the interface on screen, and everybody was encouraged to follow along on their own machine. And so I had cleaned up the raw data sets a bit, but still I wanted the students to go through the merging process and the creating the necessary variables. So I gave them instructions throughout the document and started writing the code. And also I had like the solution to the code available. And I also had some multiple choice questions throughout. And I couldn't really tell how many students were actually writing their own code or if they were just watching me write the code. But so, because this was in an online environment, but writing code is essential in any biostatistics course, but the objective of this exercise was to understand the process of arriving at the final data and how the analysis was performed. So I wasn't too concerned if they weren't writing the code fast enough. But in the end, I don't know if the actual Learn R environment was necessary for this particular exercise. Big reason is the R object created in one chunk doesn't pass on to the next chunk. So if you're creating like an analytical data in one chunk, then you'd have to like save it into your environment and then in the next chunk load it. So it was a little bit, there were all these like unnecessary extra steps that we had to do. So I think next time I'll just use a regular R interface to do it. But it was a good excuse for me to learn the package. And yeah, and then we fit the model together and compare the coefficients that we got to the actual paper. And they were surprisingly close in the end after I did a bunch of pre-work, of course. And we also reproduced the figure together. And the last challenge was in applying this analysis to Canadian data, so replicating the analysis to another data set. So I made a post-class assignment where I asked the students to apply the same analysis to data from 6 provinces in Canada. And COVID-19 case counts are publicly available, so that was great. And I did a little bit of quick Google search to obtain the first dates of province-wide social distancing implementation, and that was easy because I only focused. There are fewer provinces in Canada than states in the U.S. But of course, the same analysis that was conducted in the US can't necessarily carry over to Canadian data, mostly because the case counts in Canada were much lower. So I had to restrict to the most populous provinces. So that's why we only looked at these 6 provinces in Canada. And then I also had to use a 5-day rolling average because some provinces had case counts of 0 in the middle of this date range. And there was also little provincial variation in dates of implementation. All provinces implemented social distancing measures between March 13th and March 20th. So it didn't really affect the model, but it was in the US, the earliest was March 10th in Washington, and the latest was in March 25th in Idaho. So there was a little bit of more interesting discussion that we could have around the US data, not much in the Canadian data at this time in the pandemic. And this question I asked the students, how would you analyze Canadian data to answer the same questions, was I think a very good question to ask. So I think students were able to really think about how they would analyze real data. So some common answers were actually to include a random slope. Because of the differences in population across province, include some weights for size of province, or like some kind of use population as a covariate or something. But I think including a random effect for province kind of takes care of that in some way. Anyway, another student proposed to use time series analysis, and another student actually proposed to use ordinal public health measures instead of just the first public health measure, yes or no. These public health measures are sort of layered protections, right? So, was there a school closure and also work closure? What else, like border restriction? So not just binary, but multiple categories of public health measures. Oops, okay. So I did get some feedback from students, and here are the results. A lot of the students enjoyed the topic of the paper. So COVID-19, data is a very popular topic, I guess. And a lot of the students also enjoyed pre-processing the data and also replicating the analysis using Canadian data. Not many students enjoyed the actual finding the data source. I don't think nobody enjoys that. And I guess the Learn R environment was a split between enjoy, not enjoy. I also asked what they would want to focus more on if we do this kind of a exercise again. And a lot of the students wanted to focus on, the fitting the actual model and discussion on why authors chose this particular method to analyze the data. And actually interpreting the model was another popular feedback. Obtaining the raw data was sort of at the bottom. Critiquing the paper wasn't a very popular topic to focus on. Most students thought the pre-class assignment was helpful, and many of them wanted to do this again. Three students never wanted to do this again in the class. But I thought this was an interesting answer I got. So only 2 students said that they have done this kind of a reproducibility exercise in another class. So that's something to think about. Okay, so some thoughts on preparing in-class reproducibility exercise. You definitely need to prepare in advance. It does take a long time to actually find the right study and find the right study that has the correct data or the right data sources, and also the actual reproducing task does take up a lot of time. And I thought the pre-class assignment was important. So, asking the student to actually read the paper and having them answer the preliminary questions will, force them to read the paper very carefully. And next time, I think I'll focus more on the analysis and less on pre-processing the data. So I'll probably do more of the pre-processing myself and give the students like a more the data that's closer to the analytical format. And next time I'm going to focus more on model interpretation. So not just sort of trying to interpret the model that we reproduce, but also how the authors are interpreting the model in their results section as well. And this exercise was definitely a good way to gauge students' understanding of the topic. And I think it's a good a good sort of platform for teach students that it's okay to disagree with published papers, because the peer review system is not perfect, and just because the paper was published, you don't have to agree with everything the authors did. And I'm kind of debating whether or not to make this into a group exercise. I think it'll be hard to do if the students had to do a lot of the pre-processing the data, but if they were given data that was close to the analytical form, then maybe this is a nice way to do some group exercise. So some final thoughts I have on reproducibility in general. If raw data is available, then why not the analytical data? So in my example, the authors provided the raw data sources, but obviously many additional steps were taken to arrive at the actual data that was used to fit the model. And I don't see any harm in providing that data as well. So it's good, and it's also great to see more and more journals requiring data availability statement, which probably encourages or incentivizes the authors to provide data. But I like this quote a lot. So your research is the full software environment, code, and data that produce the results. And data is great, but any data comes with code to analyze it. So I think we should also encourage the authors to provide data and code as well. And I think we have to keep in mind that just because you can reproduce the research, it doesn't mean that the research is reliable. But how will we know if a study is reliable if we can't reproduce it? So I like to think that an ideal study is like reproducible, reliable, and replicable. And I try to imagine someone else trying to reproduce my analysis whenever I write a paper, and I want that person to be successful. And it would be great if there was an internal reproducibility peer review system where like a colleague or a student attempts to reproduce my results before I submit my paper to a journal. But really, who has time to do that unless we really make this into a norm in our field? I'm sure this kind of system has been discussed during this workshop and has been implemented by many others, many of you. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this as well. And I think that's all I have to say. So thank you very much. Those are my contact information. Yeah, so happy to hear from you if we have time left. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you for a really wonderful presentation. The adult left the room, so I'm in charge for the short term. If anybody has questions, maybe raise your hand. How's why you can? Oh, that's very convenient. Shannon, go ahead.
Thanks so much for a great talk. My question is from like a purely selfish perspective. I've taught a similar exercise. And you may have covered this at the beginning and I just missed it, but I'm curious how much time you spent in class versus what was done on their own. And like, where did you get hung up with students taking way longer than you anticipated in an exercise like this? I'm just curious if our experiences overlap and I'm trying to improve mine. So I'm trying to steal ideas from you.
Yeah, so we spent 3 hours in class doing this. And I was sharing my screen. I was like doing everything with them and I knew the code that I was going to use. So, and there were actually, and students did, raise their hand or speak up whenever they had some issues. Yeah, and I also had the solution to all the code that were supposed to be written. So students were able to look at the solution if they were hung up on how they would on writing any sort of code. I didn't mention this, but I did have a bunch of discussion points prepared at the end of the class, but we didn't have enough time to go over them. So I think next time I would I would cut back on some of the data pre-processing because I feel like that's less important than actually fitting the model and trying to interpret it and all that. And the pre-class assignment was, in this course I do give weekly homework. So it was one of the weekly homework. So the students were given the homework a week in advance. And the post-class assignment too was the homework that was going to be due the week after.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
That's great. Are there any other questions? Oh, Lee, go right ahead.
Hi, great talk. Just a quick question. You mentioned that people often will give their open data, but not give their analytical processes. You said it wouldn't cause too much of a problem. So why do you think that is? Is it proprietary? They don't want people focusing on their processes. They want to focus on more the results of their work.
Yeah, I think it may just be that it's not part of the practice. I feel like in a paper that's focused more on statistical methods, more and more people are sharing their code because that's actually the research that they want to disseminate, right? But I think in an applied paper, the focus, like you said, the focus is probably more on the results and not really like how the data was analyzed, maybe. And perhaps a lot of people think that, writing that process in English is good enough to convey what was done. But that's definitely not the case. Like, if you've ever tried to reproduce any analysis that was done in a paper, you often find that what's written in the paper doesn't really translate to what's being done in a script. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on this.
Well, I can attest to Rohan observing me making mistakes in every production process, so there is some truth to that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
I feel like we need a U of T. We need to have like a little group, just one day session, everyone sharing how they're doing these reproducibility things, because there's a few of us, and it'd be great to. I mean, I've just learned so much from your presentation that I'm going to copy. Jay?
I just wanted to ask if Aya would be willing to sort of participate in this little mini reproducibility workshop we're having for literally the exact same thing that you're doing, having students try to reproduce results. It's in, I forgot now, it's May, correct? If you're interested, then we'll try to get you information. It's
Yes,
a really
yeah.
cool paper, much more structured than I have in mind currently, but I really enjoyed it.
Okay, yes, please. I'd love to hear more about it.
Yeah, so 10 May, the idea is that everyone, we bring our champions. So Jay's going to have a few from his class. I'm going to have a few from my class, and Ben is also going to have a few from his class. And the students are going to go through what they did. So maybe you could have a few of your champions.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And DSI is going to support it, so we should be able to get some.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we might move on to Shannon. Well, thanks very much. I really appreciate your presentation. It's just fantastic. I'll start recording. So our next presenter is Shannon Ellis, who's at UC San Diego. I'm reliably informed that it's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. My Fahrenheit to Celsius is a little off, but I know that is much warmer than it is here at Toronto, so we're all very jealous of her. Shannon's going to talk about structuring and managing group projects in large enrollment undergraduate data science courses, another topic that is very close to my heart, having 180 undergraduates this term. So hoping to pick up some tips from Shannon. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thanks so much for having me. This session has been great. I haven't been able to attend yesterday's, caught some of this morning, and I'm really excited to be able to catch more later today and tomorrow. We're in week 8 of our 10-week quarter. So I'm really excited that I get to talk to y'all about what we've been doing at UC San Diego to give undergraduate students a meaningful data science project experience and lessons we've learned along the way. The idea being, hopefully, if you are an educator and choose to go down this path, you don't make some of the mistakes we made along the way. So just to give you a sense, the idea today is I'll introduce the course and then highlight the project that I'm going to focus on. I'll explain the data that I'll be analyzing here, and then some results from what students did, what their feedback was, and then the lessons I and the other instructors of this course have learned. And then, of course, thank all the people at the end. Okay, so the course I'm going to be talking about today is COGS 108, Data Science and Practice. It is an upper division, large enrollment undergraduate course. A typical iteration of this course has about 440 students. It started in 2017 and it has been offered every quarter since then. UC San Diego is on the quarter system, so our academic year has 3 10-week quarters. This course is over enrolled every single quarter, huge waiting list. Partially, there's a lot of like logistical bureaucratic reasons, but it is there's only a single prerequisite. So students have to take some intro programming course. In this course, we do use the Python programming language, and a lot of our teaching is in Jupyter Notebooks. This course focuses on application and less on theory, not because theory is not important, but rather because the curriculum as a whole has lots and lots of theory courses in it that students will take. And we teach this course with a very lean instructional staff. So we have 1 instructor and then 3 to 4 TAs. So TAs at our school are graduate students, and then 3 to 4 IAs. IAs are undergraduate students who previously took the course, did well, and come back and want to help their fellow classmates succeed. To give you a sense of who's in the class, 95% of the students are 3rd and 4th year students. Some of that is logistical. They get to enroll before the other students, and it fills up by the time it gets to the 1st and 2nd years. We typically have representation from 32 different majors, but the vast majority of students are cognitive science majors, computer science majors, or data science majors. And a typical iteration of the course is about 40% female. Thank you, Rohan, for putting that in the chat. So the link to the course is here. My slides are also up on my website. That link will be at the end. The details of this course we've written about previously, so I'm not going to delve much more into the course as a whole, aside to say that our course objectives align with this project that I'm going to be discussing. We care that by the end of COGS 108, students are able to complete a data science project from start to finish. We also want them to be able to carry out a number of different types of analyses. The project doesn't get at all that. The assignments in the course help with that. We care about students being able to communicate the results concisely and effectively, both in written and oral form. And we want students to be able to identify and explain how to approach an unfamiliar data science task. We accomplish that through the combination of lecture, so about 3 hours a week of lecture. These are largely conceptual, although we do introduce code and technical content into the lectures. Students have to take weekly lecture quizzes just so they don't get behind on the material. There's a weekly discussion section. This is where a lot of the technical instruction happens, and students have to complete a weekly lab. There are 4 to 6, depending on the term. Assignments completed individually. This is where students work with code, analysis, visualization in a guided format. And then there's the quarter-long group project, which is what I'm going to focus on today. To give you a sense of what topics we cover, I'm not going to read these all out, but you can see just from this list that this course is absolutely a breadth course and not a depth course. Any one of these topics, and students are informed of this, can and is an entire term course on our campus. So this is meant to introduce students to the topic, give students a sense of what data science is, expose them to it, but by no means will they be experts in any of these by the end of the course. Okay, so that's the course, focusing on the project to explain what we've had students do for many, many quarters now. So it is a group project that we ask students to do. It starts early in the term. It lasts about 8 weeks, depending on the quarter. So usually starts somewhere around week 2 or 3, goes all the way through the end of the quarter, and they submit during finals week for us. It's completed in a group of 3 to 6 students. Average group size is about 4.5. And there are a number of components that make up this project, and this scaffolds the project throughout the quarter. So the first thing we ask students to do is review a previously submitted project. And so this allows students, after groups have been formed, for them to work together on something without having to deliver their own idea, their own code. So they get together, they discuss a previously submitted project in the course. They think about, they get to see what we're looking for at the end. And they get to discuss what they liked about the project, what they didn't, what they want to incorporate in their own project, what they would have done differently. And we got to think a lot of things like the explanation of this wasn't clear. They should have described what they did here because I didn't understand what they meant by that. And so they do this review early on. About a week after that, they submit their project proposal. This includes the specific data science question that they want to answer. We also ask them to describe the ideal data set they would need in a perfect world to answer that question. So they don't need to find the data don't need to actually exist yet. But that way, when they do find the data, they know the delta between ideal and what they actually have in reality. They have to consider the ethical implications of what they're proposing, and they have to do some background research, explain what others have done in a related way. They get very specific feedback on the proposal from the core staff. Then a couple weeks after that, they have to submit a data checkpoint. At that point, they need to have the data they need to answer the question they've proposed, or they need to change their question. A few weeks after that, they submit an EDA checkpoint. So that's an exploratory data analysis. This is where they convince themselves and us that they know the data they're using to answer this question. A few weeks after that, they submit their final report. And this is the large deliverable every quarter. This is in the form of a Jupyter notebook. So this is what is to be reproducible. Starts top to bottom, explains the narrative structure of their work, including all the details. So this has the code, the outputs, the visualizations, everything they did to do their project has to be in that final report. At the same time, they submit a final video. This is a 2 to 3 minute, very pared down, how to just get the take home message of what they want out in oral form with good visuals. And they submit a feedback survey. So this is individually submitted. Each student reflects on their experience with the project and with working with their group mates. For this project, each group is provided a private GitHub repository, detailed instructions, and template files. These are also on the COGS 108 GitHub group, specifically in the project's repo. Okay, so this is the basic sections that would be in a final, these are the basic sections that would be in a final report. So you can see starts with the question, has background research, goes through explaining the data they use, how they clean the data, their results throughout top to bottom from EDA all the way through to analyzing their data, needs an ethics and privacy section, and then conclusion and discussion. And so this is generally what we're asking students to do throughout the quarter. All right, so now we've got the course, the project, to give you a sense of what students do for their final projects. Students get to choose the topic of their final project. Students are encouraged to choose a topic that they care about. And so to dissuade students from going online and finding the easiest data set and formulating a question around that, which tends to be very boring, we have some scaffolding around that I won't get into, but we encourage them to choose a topic you care about, that society cares about, that you and your community care about. So here's an example from spring 21. For those of you not in the States or not NBA fans, the season during the first season during the pandemic was played in a bubble in Orlando, Florida. So all the teams played in the same location. And so this group wanted to understand, did the bubble, them all being in the same place, get rid of the home court advantage? And so they analyzed data for the home team and away team. Not going to go into it, but these are the types of things students do for their final project. Similarly, students care about their grades and how they're doing. And students had this feeling that classes were harder while they were online. And so they wanted to see if the grades students were receiving reflected what students were sensing while we were learning, are still somewhat learning remotely. And at UC San Diego, students have access to evaluation data. And so what they did was look at pre-COVID and during COVID. And they actually saw that grades at UC San Diego were much higher during COVID, despite their experience feeling that they're struggling a lot. And of course, there's lots of reasons around that, which they described in their report. Okay, so that's just two of the topics. I'll get into more of the topics students tend to study in just a second. So that's the project. The data I'll be describing here and the analysis we did come from kind of three sources. One, we took all of the notebooks for almost 700 projects that students have submitted just to get a sense of what they did, right? Like we give them this technical scaffolding, but they kind of have a lot of freedom on what they turn in at the end. So we analyzed those. We also looked at their GitHub commit history to see when were students making commits to GitHub, and then analyzed the student feedback surveys. So the data included are from 8 course iterations. This is from winter 2019 through spring 21. There were 3 different instructors during this time, myself being one of them. We analyzed 686 student projects, which represents the work of 3,216 students. And so what do they do? So what do we find? So here are just like summary metrics. On the right, each of these histograms shows a different metric of the notebook. So top left, you can see number of cells is what we're displaying. And we can say across these 686 notebooks, we can see the distribution of how many cells students had. So we're looking at number of cells, number of lines of code, number of words of text, number of packages and modules imported, and then number of links, where links would be URLs. Typically, this would be citations in their background section, or the data links to the data sets they've used. And you can see across the board, we see a similar right skewed pattern where there are a handful of notebooks that have way more cells or way more code or way more text than the typical notebook. But on average, about 100 cells, 320 lines of code, a handful of imports and links, and a bunch of text. We also looked at the narrative structure. And so what we're looking at here on the x-axis, I know it's a little small, but on the x-axis is the location in the notebook. So at the left would be the first cell in the notebook. At the right would be the end of the notebook. And the y-axis is the probability of the cell being markdown, which would be purple, that would be text, or code, which would be red. So it makes sense. At the beginning of the notebook, everybody starts with a text cell. They're introducing their project. By about 20% in through about 80% of their notebook, we can see this back and forth between markdown and cell. So there's typically, some code and then some text explaining it back and forth. And then by the end, where they're writing their discussion and conclusion, we see typically everybody's finishing off with markdown. Building on this, the last thing I wanted to show on just like the general, what do students do? Here's a plot of the projects and the imports used in the project. So the 20 most common imports are on the x-axis. The number displayed is the percentage of projects that imported that package. So for those of you familiar with the Python data science stack, wouldn't be surprised to find that almost everybody imports pandas, matplotlib, and numpy. The next 5 or so have to do with data visualization and data analysis. So these all make sense. And then a handful of managing files or interacting with Python makes sense. So none of this was surprising to us. Most of these packages are what we teach in the course. So it makes sense that students have seen these in assignments and then are choosing to use them in their final project. What inspired us initially was I was curious relative to like the typical notebook on GitHub, what do our students do? So Adam Rule in 2018 presented a paper at Chi, and one of his main takeaways was that like there's a lot of cell, but there's not a lot of narrative structure when you analyze all of the publicly available Jupyter notebooks on GitHub. And so what we see is given this structure, our students are including more cells, more code, more text than the typical notebook you would find online. Okay, so that's the like general metrics. The project topics here, we went through each notebook and assigned each project to one of 6 general topics. You can see these listed at left. So entertainment, communities, public health, education and employment, then economics and tech. On the x-axis are the different quarters across time. So you can see entertainment projects were quite popular and remain popular, but dropped off a little bit starting in spring 20. Entertainment, communities, and public health are always in the top 3 of what students choose to study, with the other 3 being slightly less popular. We also analyze subtopics. So within each main topic, you can see a handful of like the specific topics students choose to study. So for in education and employment, students are often care about academic performance, admissions, careers, higher ed, income, race, and gender, rankings, and resources. All things that undergraduate students often care about. So it makes sense that they're choosing these subtopics. I'm not going to display all the data for those, but most subtopics remain relatively constant across quarters, but we do see peaks that reflect what's going on in the world. So at the bottom left here, I'm just pulling out the politics one. So x-axis is the quarters again, and then y-axis is the percent of projects that fit that subtopic. So you can see in fall 20, we saw this peak at about 15% of projects had to do with politics, which aligns with the US presidential election at the time. Similarly, when we look at COVID related projects, of course, we had none when this project started. We saw a spike starting in spring 20 with 22% of the projects really focusing on COVID-19. Dipped off a little bit in subsequent quarters, but still remained relatively a popular topic for students to study each quarter. So with this together suggests that our guidance to choose things they care about is often heeded, that they do something they care about, something that's going on in the world at the time. Although, of course, there are, and I can tell, projects that just pick the easiest data set, even though we try to dissuade them from that. When we look at commit history here, what you're looking at here is a single quarter. So this is winter 21. The x-axis starts with the first day of the quarter and goes to the last day of the quarter. The y-axis is the number of commits on a given day. And I've just highlighted that you see big spikes when things are due. This likely isn't surprising. This suggests that student effort is either focused around project deadlines and or students are only pushing their changes to GitHub for deadlines, which is why I'm particularly excited for Maria's talk next. We're going to see that this is a common theme that I think both of these are going on from my discussions with students. They're not interacting with GitHub the way we are hoping they would and version control throughout the quarter and just kind of using it when they need to. And we see the same pattern reflected from quarter to quarter, such that some quarters we didn't have the data and EDA checkpoints, and we just saw a big peak for proposal and then a big peak for final report, which is why I implemented the data checkpoints. I was also getting lots of panicked messages at the end of the quarter where essentially students tried to do this project in a week because they hadn't done it all quarter because we didn't have these checkpoints. So when I did ask students and require students to submit checkpoints, I also asked on a survey how they felt about them. So that's what's at the top right here. Students had to respond to having to complete and submit the checkpoints was helpful. And so you can see the vast majority agree that this kind of helped keep them on track. And anecdotally, I get way fewer panic messages when I implemented these checkpoints. When it comes to feedback from students on this project, just to give you a general sense of how long students spent on this, students had to reflect on how many hours they spent throughout the quarter on this project. And they reported on average about 22 hours, with, of course, the caveat, this is survey data where they're self-reporting and have to think about the time they spent over many, many weeks. So take this with a grain of salt. I also asked students to respond to the following on their feelings towards the COGS 108 project. I'm not going to walk through each one of these. I'm just going to highlight the one at top right. And so working with my team was more stressful than I anticipated. So dark blue is strongly agree, dark red is strongly disagree. This pattern is consistent across quarters where there is a large spread. We always see about these percentages, no matter what we've done with the project. So some students report lots of stress working with their groups, some say much less. When we ask about collaboration, right? So when you have a group project, especially with undergraduates, some students love working in a group, some do not. And I want to make sure that everybody's contributing in a meaningful way as much as I can, especially with this large enrollment course. So in spring 19, I had a very detailed survey where students had to reflect on a whole bunch of different specific topics and then assign an overall rating to each of their group mates' role on the team. When they did that, the vast majority of students rated their teammates as good or excellent or satisfactory, letting me know that most students do participate fully in the group project. In subsequent quarters, I did not make students fill out such a long survey because I realized I wasn't really utilizing all of those data. So I instead went with a please list the names of your group mates who you felt did not contribute equally to the project. And the vast majority reported everybody participated evenly. 18% said they did not, but remember, if a single student or if in a group, one student didn't participate, all of their group mates would likely list them. So this isn't that 18% of the class wasn't participating, it's that 18% of responses listed somebody there. I do use this to adjust individual student grades as needed. So this along with other information and data. This typically only affects about 10 students, so 1 to 2% of the class in a given quarter, and students are informed of this. This isn't meant to be a scare tactic. It's meant to encourage everybody to participate, but students know that most students get the same grade as the rest of their group mates, and that as long as you participate, you're going to be all right. There was a question in the chat. I could leave it to the end, but I'll mention it here. How were groups chosen? It wasn't mentioned. It differed a little bit between quarters. In a typical quarter, students choose their own groups, but we had a few other strategies, and I'll chat about that at the end. Okay, so this checkpoints idea, this is the same question I highlighted before. Working with my team was more stressful than I anticipated. And I said that across quarters, we see the same pattern. I wanted to see if when we had no checkpoints, meaning they just had the proposal and the final report, if they reported feeling more or less stressed than when we had those 2 intermediate checkpoints. And you can kind of see these patterns are the same. I wouldn't write home about any of these differences. I wanted to see also when we had the checkpoints or didn't have the checkpoints, do we see differences in the output of what students give us at the end in their final report? So these same metrics I highlighted before, so number of cells, lines of code, are what each plot is. X-axis is no checkpoints versus 2 checkpoints. And then there's a p-value at the top. It's adjusted for multiple testing. I'm not going to highlight the p-values because if you look at these box plots, I'm going to say I wouldn't write home about any of these differences. There's not a big difference in what students give us when we had the checkpoints or didn't. I was curious, like if they have more time at the end of the quarter, do they edit their text? Maybe they have fewer words of text, or maybe they had time to delve a little more deeply into background and they would have more words of text. I don't really see anything in any of these when it comes to the metrics. On the free text side, we do see students reporting a number of different quotes, but I have this one, thought the checkpoints were great for helping us get our work done. Okay, not going to read you each of these, but in the free text portion of the survey, on the left-hand side, we have, lots of positive things. Students often reflect positively, bit of fun. We're able to draw some relatively interesting conclusions, liked selecting their own topic, felt like they learned a lot along the way, liked being able to choose their own group. On the right-hand side, it's more of the more negative comments that students had, or more critical. The first one being it's hard to find interesting data, which we heard about in the last talk from Aya. And I like to remind students, this is by design. It is a difficult task. It's not meant to be easy. And it's something that continues to be difficult as you continue in data science. Students struggled with working with GitHub, even though we teach it in class, have assignments scaffolded around it, use it throughout the quarter. Students still do not have as much fluency at the end as I would like. And so I'm working to improve this. And so I'm excited for the next talk. Liked having the team evaluation portion. The last comment I will read in its entirety because I can tell from the comment the student was coming from a place of frustration, but I thought of it as a positive. So the student said, although I enjoyed and learned a lot from completing the assignments, I felt that the final project was beyond the scope of my capabilities. I don't think it would have been possible for me, and I imagine many others who aren't as experienced in data science or statistics to have performed confidently well in the final project without the help of others. And in my mind, that's precisely why this is a group project. I don't want students to be able to do this all on their own. I want them to use all of their experience together and help one another to come up with their final project, but I can see where the student's coming from. With that, I'll highlight the lessons that I learned throughout, kind of summarizing what I've talked about today. First, providing structure and more structure in the form of templates so that students know what we're looking for in terms of checkpoints and in terms of clear instructions has really improved the experience for both myself and the students. Consider the technical stack carefully. Despite GitHub being something that students struggle with, I'm not going to remove it because it aligns with the course objectives that I've set out, but I'm going to try to teach it better. And we try to keep the rest of the technical stack somewhat at the student's comfort level. Try to motivate students' interests, encourage them to do something they care about. Providing specific feedback on the proposals and the checkpoints is critical. Students incorporate that into their final report, leading to much improved final reports. Like to remind students that struggling is typical. Things take longer than you intend, and that code is not the only thing that counts. This is often reflected in students, some from one major relative to the others. It's something tangible they can see. I like to remind students that coming up with a question is a skill, and a good question is something that takes time, and it's not reflected in how many words are on the paper. Doing background research, summarizing reports, writing things clearly, effectively communicating. And so we like to make sure we incentivize that and remind students of that. You can, as an instructor, trust that most will participate. I would encourage you to have scaffolding around that to deal with it. And I found it really, really helpful to collect and use student feedback throughout. So I'm not going to go through this table on the right. This really just summarizes what we found and our recommendations from it, which I've highlighted throughout. And we recently submitted this, so hopefully it'll be published in the semi-near future so that others can hopefully learn from our mistakes and the things we've learned along the way. With that, I want to thank Sashwath Golamudi. He is an undergraduate at UC San Diego who did lots of the data analysis for this. All the former students, former instructors and current instructors, and former instructional staff members in COGS 108, and data science educators, many of whom are part of this workshop, who make their work and share their knowledge openly. And this work was funded by the NSF. All right, with that, I will stop for questions. I'm not sure, I may have gone a little over on time, but we'll see where I'm at.
Shannon, thank you so much. That was just remarkable. I have about 1 million questions, but I might just, does anyone else have any other questions? Just raise your hand and I'll call on you.
while hands are raised, I'm going to more fully answer Chelsea's question because I have lots of thoughts on group selection. So I did lots of research when I first was going to teach this course. And I decided, the education literature supports that I should formulate the groups myself. So I did that the first quarter. And I actually taught 2 sections that quarter. I had 850 students. And I had this really in-depth survey where I tried to formulate groups somewhat programmatically, considering students' interests, having varied backgrounds, without trying to single out anybody on gender or ethnicity bounds. It was a nightmare. It took me an entire weekend. Students hated it. And I have to study it a little more. I didn't see an improvement in the outcome of the reports. Maybe that was because it was the first time I was teaching it. Since then, I've largely allowed groups to formulate themselves. I've had different scaffolding where people can change somewhere along the quarter with lots of details on that. Another instructor allowed people to submit one other name, and then he formed groups between those pairs. That was also a nightmare for him. So I've kind of punted and allowed groups to formulate themselves, knowing that there are caveats with that. Sorry, that was a long answer. If there are other questions, happy to answer.
I'll just check. Maria, is it going to be fine if we end up about 15 minutes late for you? Do you have an adjacent thing at the end, or
no, that's fine.
Okay,
yeah, that's fine.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Could you follow up a little bit more on the groups? So I do a similar thing for my class, and I've changed it to be individual because I found when I was reviewing grad school applications, it wasn't usable. I had no idea what these students had done. And it was only when I had an individual project that I knew what these students had done, and hence whether we should admit them or not. Have you considered individual? What's your thinking there?
Yeah, so I have considered it. It's given the staff we have, I think it's somewhat intractable with 440 students to have an individual project. That said, when we started learning remotely, I didn't think it was fair in this course to require students to do group work when we had people all over the world in different time zones. So I didn't mention this in here. For 2 quarters, I allowed students to do an individual project, but it was scoped differently. So I provided them with data and a topic, and they had to formulate a question within that. So the first one was health inspection data. The second one was local San Diego parks data. And so they didn't have to largely find the data set, and I gave them multiple data sets. They had to formulate a question in there. The quality of those individual reports was not what I was hoping for. I was not expecting it to be as long, as detailed, as complete as 4 to 5 students' brains working on something together. And so yeah, there were some very, very strong individual projects, but I didn't think students were getting out as much. I do have a similar issue when I'm writing letters for these students. I do have the individual feedback, so I can talk about that student's ability to collaborate, which is a positive, and talk about their ability to work on a team. We do ask for team contribution, so I can see what they did. I can also look at GitHub commits to see what they're specific, but that's not a perfect one-to-one because their teammate could send them something and they could make the commit. But I try to use all of that in letters. I also have their individual assignments, so I can comment on that. So yeah, I go back and forth.
Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry, one other. So that student at the end that you read out, so that's also something that I commonly hear, right? And my issue is that that student drops the class because I can't get through to them, that they will be fine. You'll work it out. Do you have strategies in place that you've put in this? Because it's not a compulsory course, right?
For some it is. And so for some it's not. This is something I'm definitely interested in studying more rigorously. So I have things in place, but I don't know how effective they are. So for example, on the first day of class, and I teach an intro programming class where I use a very similar strategy, where I remind students in the first day of class that you don't need to be a math whiz to do well in this class. And so for the intro programming class, I present the data that the only thing predictive of how successful you'll be in an intro programming class is how successful you think you'll be, right? Nothing has proved that gender or math ability, or how good you are with computers determines your success. So I present those data. I also present at the beginning how people have done before. So I've had plenty of students who have come in nervous because they only took this one programming class and they didn't. And yes, you have to work harder. There's 2 assignments in the beginning that are helpful as a gauge for how they'll do throughout. And I tell them, if you struggle on those, you're going to need to dedicate more time, but we're here to help. We have these are the possible avenues. I have a slide on the first day of class, and I remind them throughout, like, if you're a first generation student, if you don't have an older sibling who you can go to and ask about how universities work, a whole bunch of things, like, here's what I can tell you. Your classmates are asking for extensions, and you should too. Your classmates are coming to office hours and asking the dumb questions, and you should too, because I have found a discrepancy anecdotally between who is asking for help. And so I've tried those strategies, but I do need to actually, and there's bureaucratic reasons why I can't just look at it myself, to see who's dropping the course and how much of a cause for concern it is, because it is something I worry about. But I don't have demographic data on the students in my class, and I'm not supposed to ask for it. But the university has it. So.
And final question, I'll just go to the chat. So Chelsea said, can you talk a little bit more about grading schemes? How are you grading these group projects and the amount of projects that are submitted?
Perfect. So I've had a few different grading schemes. The most recent is that students, so they're typically rated by myself and TAs. So there's usually about 3 TAs and myself, and about 100 projects a quarter. So between 20 and 25 projects for each grader. This is the main focus of the TAs throughout the quarter. And so students tell me what discussion section time is best for their group. And then I try to have that person be their grader. And that person grades their project proposal, their checkpoints, and their final report. I have a rubric around that with specific things, detailing each section that they're supposed to be grading at each point. I then review the grades to make sure that no TA or myself, it's usually myself that grades a little harder, is grading more harshly relative to everybody else. I read through all the comments that we're giving back to students and just kind of double check. And the TAs can flag any projects they're not feeling confident about, and then I'll help them grade those. So it is a large, heavy lift for the TAs, because they're grading the checkpoints and the proposal and the final report. And I'm grading a quarter of them as well. But having that be their dedicated thing to do throughout the quarter has really helped, and students have liked having one person to go to who has seen their project throughout the entire weeks.
All right, well, we might just say thanks once again to Shannon. That was an incredible talk, and I think that a lot of us have a lot of action items that we're going to take away from this. So thank you very much.
Thanks, and thanks, Maria. Sorry for going a little long.
So I'll just start recording. Hey folks, so our next presenter is Maria Tackett, who's at Duke. So Maria is teaching, is professor at Duke in statistics. Sorry, is what I'm trying to say. And her talk is Knit, Commit, and Push, teaching version control in undergraduate statistics courses. Our earlier presenter discussed some of the challenges that she's had with this, and I've certainly had a lot of challenges with it myself. So I'm very much looking forward to Maria telling us how we should all be doing it. Thanks, Maria. Good pleasure.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Thank you. Yes. I think perhaps it'll be a common theme that I will share some challenges that I have faced as well, but also some good news, sort of seeing students later on in the curriculum as well. So my talk is Knit, Commit, and Push, and I'll explain what that means later on throughout the talk, so that title makes a little more sense. But I'm going to talk a little bit about, just teaching version control in undergraduate statistics courses. And so first I'll start by just, sort of motivating why we want to teach version control, though I imagine it's a little bit of preaching to the choir, but I'll still do a little bit of motivation of why this is important to incorporate. And then I'll talk a little bit about what this looks like in my classroom. So give you a really big overview of how I teach version control to students, as well as just like a workflow for an assignment. Again, really high level. So I know there's some other talks during the workshop that'll specifically talk about some of the tools that I use. And then I'll end with some challenges that I imagine may be some common challenges that have come up, as well as some lessons learned to try to mitigate those. So first, just a bit of motivation here. Why teach a reproducible workflow? Like, why include this in a statistics curriculum, particularly among like all the other statistical content that needs to be covered in a semester? And so, we all know that, part of replicating a scientific study is the ability to reproduce a statistical analysis, and this has come up. In 2014, the ASA curriculum guidelines for undergraduate programs talked about the students needing to have facility with professional statistical analysis software. And so a lot of the tools that I use are tools that students would see in their research labs and in industry and internships and their jobs. In a 2018 report on data science for undergraduates, they mentioned that workflow and reproducibility are important components for data acumen. And then, being more specific to version control, in Nolan and Temple Lang's 2010 paper, they actually mentioned version control specifically as a key topic for statistical analysis, particularly when thinking about coordinating work across teams. So these are, just some motivating factors for why we would include these in our undergraduate curriculum. So then I guess just to make sure, that we're all on the same page, just some key terms: version control, right? This is just the act of recording changes to a file or a set of files over time. Git is the version control software system, and then GitHub, that I'll refer to really more often, is the commercial hosting software for Git repositories. So it's basically like Dropbox or Box, but for Git projects. Okay, so then, why specifically? So we could, and teach reproducibility, right? We could have students write reproducible reports, but adding in this version control in particular is like a whole nother element, and, kind of opens up a whole nother can of worms. And so, why include this? So one, again, it's a really important component of a reproducible workflow. So by implementing version control, we're able to, more easily track our analysis history and provide analysis provenance. And then also too, this idea of teamwork. So teamwork's a big part of my courses, and it's because it's a big part of working in academia or industry or really anything you do. And so version control is really useful in just keeping track of files that are being modified by lots of people on a team. But then also, this idea of equipping students with those important computing skills. So, when teaching version control, students can do a lot with just a basic functionality. And so one of the things that I hope you get from this talk is I actually teach my students really minimal GitHub and Git commands, and they know how to do a lot of things. So you can do a little with a lot. And then also too, so I implement this in an introductory course as well as a second semester course, where you do, have more firsthand experience with students trying to beat that learning curve. But now I'm teaching an upper level course and mentoring some upper level undergraduates in research, where I've seen sort of the fruits of that labor, where if, they kind of go through the learning process early on, by the time they get to those later courses, they're relatively streamlined and able to use Git without a lot of the sort of teaching and cheerleading around it. But then also too, you can start to incorporate some more advanced functionality later on in the curriculum. So there's a 2021 paper with a group of authors who've all taught version control at different stages in the statistics curriculum. And so at different institutions. And so we wrote about our experience implementing version control using Git and GitHub. And again, this represents courses throughout the curriculum. So it's really nice to see kind of a view of what it looks like from start to finish from a lot of different perspectives. In this paper, we talk about, the computing toolkit, how we first expose students to this, as well as assessment. And I'll touch a little bit on those today. And then we also discuss a little bit about the pedagogical approach. And so I'm going to specifically talk about implementation I've used in a second semester course, but really a lot of the things that I'll say I've also used in an introductory data science course as well. But I'll talk specifically about one of the courses that I've taught this most frequently. And so the course is Stat 210, hence the logo here with the 210. This is a regression analysis course. And so each semester there's about 90 students. So it's a decent sized course. And these are students who have taken some sort of introductory statistics, data science, or probability course. Now that our intro data science course has become increasingly popular, the sort of balance has shifted where a lot more students are coming out of that intro data science course. The topics are, fairly traditional regression topics, so linear and logistic regression. And really one thing about this course is that it focuses on application. So we have a separate course to kind of dive further into the mathematics. So we get a lot of time to think about, what this would look like if you were doing some sort of regression analysis and implementing these things in practice. So I like to, think that by the end of the semester, students would have the tools to do like maybe their first research experience, maybe their, first internship, depending on what they're looking for. So then as far as, activities, we have in-class exercises. We actually use GitHub to distribute in-class work. We do have a weekly computing lab, so there is dedicated time for the computing aspect of this course. Those are all done in groups, and then we have homeworks and a group project as well. So then just to give you an idea of my computing toolkit, so I use RStudio and GitHub. So those are basically like the two big facets of the toolkit. So for RStudio, students write up their work using R Markdown, and they run Git using the point and click interface in RStudio. So students are never running Git commands from the command line. They're using all of the point and click from RStudio, and I'll show like screenshots of that a little bit later on. Another thing I do is I use a server-based RStudio system. So for a while I was using RStudio Cloud. More recently, our internal IT department has set up RStudio servers. And, really the sort of nice piece of this, particularly if you're implementing version control in an earlier course in the curriculum, is that Git is already configured. So if you've ever tried to configure Git on like a Mac versus a PC, it's completely different. And so one nice thing is that this is already configured. Students don't need to worry about that. And also I have the same setup for every student. So students are interfacing with RStudio and GitHub through a web browser. So I don't have to worry about different computing software. I will say now in my upper level course, I do have students doing a local install for RStudio. So that is possible. I have lived through it, but that was again an upper level course with 30 students. So then as far as GitHub goes, this is where I assign and submit assignments. Students submit their assignments. And so we'll see that a little bit later. And I'll put kind of an asterisk. This is where they kind of partially submit their assignments. They also submit to a grading platform. This is also where we facilitate collaboration on group assignments. And I do all of my course management using the GH class R package, which is basically like an R package that's almost like a wrapper around GitHub Classroom. And so I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like, but I think Colin Rundell, the developer of the package, is doing a talk tomorrow. So he will get into all the details of that. Okay, so then just kind of thinking about, how I introduce this in class. So one of the first lectures I give is introducing the reproducible workflow and the computing toolkit. So we actually dedicate a whole lecture just to like, what is reproducibility? What's all the terminology? What do we mean by version control? And also really motivating like why this is important. And so, there is a learning curve. And so this really, really important to get students to understand or at least be exposed to the value early on. It's not clear how much they fully can appreciate the value, right, just from a lecture, but, really giving them, motivation as to like why we're adding this to our statistics course. It's not on the slide, but I will also mention too, similar to what Shannon mentioned, it is a learning objective for the course as well. So it's an explicit, piece of the course that we're going to learn how to implement a reproducible workflow with version control. And the other thing I do is start out with individual assignments. So students go through about 3 or 4 individual assignments, even in their computing labs, and use lots and lots of scaffolding to ease them into the workflow. So they get just within an assignment, you can see some examples here. Like for an individual assignment, for the first 1 or 2 assignments, they get lots of detail of like, here's a good place to knit, commit, and push. So you knit your R Markdown document, you render, the updates, you commit all your changes, and then you push them to GitHub. Even at the beginning, we offer like example commit messages so that they get an idea of like what a commit message would look like. And these type of like kind of purple markers are throughout the assignment for at least the first 1 or 2 assignments. Later on, we don't include those because by then, hopefully students have gotten into that regular workflow. As we move into group work, so after students have had a chance to get used to just using RStudio and GitHub on their own, for group assignments, it's the same thing where there's lots of scaffolding at the beginning where we, sometimes even tell students like sit on your hands if it's not your turn to type so that you're not typing and only one person touch the computer at a time so that we don't get merge conflicts on the first day. And again, it's kind of clearly marked like team member 1, you're working on these exercises. Everyone else is contributing to discussion, but team member 1 is typing up the results. And then it tells them, knit, commit, and push your changes. Everyone else pull so that you see the updates. And then team member 2, it's your turn to type. So again, just lots and lots of instruction sort of laced throughout an assignment. And then as the teams get going, then they get more used to their workflow. And then we don't need to include these types of messages throughout. So I've mentioned GH class a couple of times. And so again, I'll kind of describe my workflow, but GH class is an R package for managing courses on GitHub. And so again, it's kind of an alternative to using GitHub Classroom directly. And so it's really nice because you can use R functions to distribute assignments, manage teams, collect student work. You can get commit history really easily. You can clone the repos, you can add issues. It's just really all encompassing for the workflow. And the reason I like this is, again, I'm teaching a large class of 90 students, so it makes it really quick and easy to manage a really large class. And then also, in the spirit of the conference, it makes my workflow reproducible because now I have a set of scripts for writing assignments or distributing assignments or, making teams. And then each semester I update the name of the course organization and then I have everything ready to go. And I don't have to remember the series of clicks that I did through some management system or something like that. So again, I think Colin will talk about this later on in the workshop, but this is the package that basically makes all of this possible. And so just to give you an idea of my assignment workflow, so for any given assignment, I create a starter repo or repository in GitHub. So this is like lab 1, the IKEA lab. And within the starter repo, I include just some template or markdown documents, the data that the students may need, if there's any other files. And then usually in the README, I'll include like a link to the instructions so they can kind of easily find the instructions. And then again, once I have my starter repo, I just run like a line of code using GH class, and it'll just make a copy of those repos for every student in the class. So within like, 1 click and maybe like a minute or 2, I've got 90 repos for every student. And so from the student side, when they log into the course organization on GitHub, they'll see these are all private repositories, right, to protect the student work. So when like Maria student logs into GitHub for the class, she'll see the assignment repo, and the assignment repos have the student's GitHub username attached to the end. So each student has their own. So this says lab 1, Maria student. So this is Maria student's repo. And again, this is a private repo, so she can only see her work. And so then the students will clone the repo, right? So just go here, they'll clone the repo, and then they'll create a new project in RStudio. Again, since we're using a server-based system, everything's already talking to each other. And so already the connection is made between Git and GitHub, and the student's kind of ready to work. So when the students go to work on an assignment, the first place they go is GitHub. And then they go inside of RStudio. So it's a little difficult to see here, but here's like, just kind of the RStudio pane here where we have on the left-hand side, the R Markdown file where they're writing up all of their work. So R Markdown is really nice because you have your code, all of your narrative, all in one place. And then on the right-hand side, they have the Git pane. So this is where they can see all of the files that have been changed and they interact with GitHub. And so as a student is working on an assignment, they're writing code, writing all their narrative. And then we have the mantra that I tell my students, hence the name of the talk: knit, commit, and push. So as you're working on your document, you knit your R Markdown document. So all of this code and narrative turns into a PDF. You'll have a Git pane that shows all the files that have been updated. So we've knit the file. So now we have an RMD file, our Markdown file, and a PDF that has some new work. They click to commit. So they'll click this commit button. They'll write the short commit message, and then they just click the green arrow to push it to GitHub. And then that's it. And so now all the updates have been, so now they've sort of implemented that version control in the process where now they've documented their changes. And so again, we kind of use this mantra throughout: the knit, commit, and push. One thing that does come up to remind students repeatedly is that I tell students when they push all their work to GitHub, this whole pane should be completely empty. So sometimes students will only push one file and not the other, and now everything's sort of out of whack. And particularly once they get to teamwork, it can cause lots of issues. So I tell students, we knit, commit, and push, and then the Git pane should be completely empty. And now you're ready to start, making some new changes. So they're kind of going back and forth with RStudio and GitHub. I will note that for grading, because I know one thing that comes up with working in GitHub is, like, how do you protect grades? Partially just due to the size of this class, we do all of our grading on Gradescope, which is like an online rubric system. So ultimately, which is why I said there was kind of like an asterisk on students submitting their assignments on GitHub. They have their work in the GitHub repo, but then they do submit a PDF to Gradescope for the actual sort of scoring. I have done both. In previous iterations of the course, I had student feedback was given as issues in GitHub without any of the points. So I'm happy to talk about that in the Q&A, but ultimately they submit their work to Gradescope. So then in regards to an assessment, so for all assignments, roughly 10% of the grade, so usually my assignments are about 50 points. So roughly 5 of the points are for, neatly formatted documents, like are all the headers rendered? Can I read the code? Does everything look nice? For reproducibility, so if I knit your R Markdown document, do I actually get the PDF that was submitted? And then also for version control. And again, GH class makes it easy to just sort of pull and get a data frame or a table of the commit history. So we can see not only the number of times students have commit, but also kind of browse through the commit messages. And so really, I assess based on like a regular number of commits. And I will say this has been kind of a challenge on how do you really assess version control, particularly for a large course where it's, just not feasible to kind of read super in detail everyone's history. I give students roughly a marker of about 3 commits is what we're looking for as a way to help kind of stream that, particularly since I do also have TAs that help grade. So it just keeps everything pretty uniform. Same thing for group assignments, grading again for workflow and formatting, as well as collaboration. And so similar to what Shannon mentioned about utilizing the commit history, the group member's contribution is partially assessed based on commit history. So we take into account commit history, and then we do also have teamwork feedback mechanisms as well that incorporate into some of the grading. Okay, so then I'll just kind of finish here with some challenges and lessons learned. So the first is just, really introducing a new workflow and new computing tools. And so one thing I've noticed is students likely already have some sort of established workflow, and that may not necessarily be a data analysis workflow, but lots of students are used to maybe collaborating on Google Docs or something for their English classes or for other projects. And so then they come to the data science course or the statistics course, and it's like, oh, well, why don't I just do this in a Google Doc? That's so much easier. So, really emphasizing, again, getting that buy-in really early on about why this is important, particularly as they collaborate, and, really getting students to understand, what's the difference between implementing this reproducible process with version control versus like copying and pasting code in a Google Doc. The next is the learning curve. So Git can have a steep learning curve. That's just a reality of the tool. But again, keeping it really simple. So my students, by the end, we've done knit, or we've done commit, push, pull, and then we do a day on dealing with merge conflicts, because those do occur. But that's really it. So we don't get into a lot of the advanced functionality, with Git or with GitHub. We keep it pretty simple. And then again, starting with the individual assignments first. And then I'll say the last piece is remembering the why. So, again, I start the semester really strong, with that day of lecture about like why reproducibility and version control is important. And then by the end of the semester, students are like, I don't really understand why we're doing this. And right, so it's like, oh, right, I guess I haven't explicitly talked about this since the first day. And particularly, I've noticed this since having students submit their work to Gradescope, is there becomes a disconnect between, oh, well, I'm submitting my work on this other, like a PDF, like every other class, but you're also asking me to do this, whole workflow version control process. And so, one thing that helps, not sure, I don't have data on how effective, but, just really keep reiterating the role of version control. And one thing I think that students have latched onto is, sharing experiences from academia and industry. And so, bringing in your own research experiences or experiences from students saying, oh yeah, now I get it, why this is important. It just helps kind of reiterate, like, it may not make sense now, but when you get out there and you're doing your research or your internships, this really, really is important. So I'll post the link to my slides in the chat, but I have just like lots of resources here if you're interested in learning more. But thank you, Rohan, and the planning committee for inviting me. And yes, I look forward to questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maria. It's now the second time you've presented at Toronto, but we've never managed to have you up because it's always been a pandemic. It's very sad. Hopefully next year.
Yes, hopefully.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Monica, I know you teach GitHub. You must have some comments or questions. Michael, Moo, Lars.
Yeah, so one question that sort of bugs me all throughout this is the feedback from Git, in particular when using GitHub, can in part be automated. So I was wondering whether anybody has ever tried to sort of have, require that you tag a particular issue that you post at the beginning of each week. And if you don't appear on that issue, it means you didn't commit enough, or you post it daily. And that should be simple enough to do with some of the APIs to sort of keep people on track to sort of say, here's the week's thing, and the third person gets a prize, so that you don't, something like that, some game around that, some part of that. But it can be done. And I guess the second part is that with GitHub Actions or things like that, that automatically can occur, that one can populate. I don't know to what extent you can force them to continue to be active at some class or organizational level, but I think that is the case. One can do things like assess, is your commit verbose enough? Are you putting enough information in there? Does it contain more than a number of characters? Does the commit itself affect more than a number of lines or things like that? So that you're not putting in spurious gits or something like that. It would seem like that provides a feedback mechanism to sort of tell you, okay, this week you put in 5 commits that affected 15 lines. That's your feedback, right? And you might get some bonus points on that so that everybody entices them. I was just wondering if anybody had ever done that, because it seems eminently feasible.
I'll just say I've never personally done that. One with the issues. Yeah, that's a really good idea for my intro courses. I don't even talk about issues or anything. Again, I keep it like really streamlined. But yeah, that's a really interesting idea. And I think just like due to the size of my classes, and again, having like a team of TAs grading, I haven't tried, kind of really digging into the commit history. And so we really rely on just like the student sort of capturing in their commit message what they've, what the contribution has been. But I really like that idea of, and I think too, that would help with students sort of bridging that gap of like this process that probably at times feels really black box of like, oh, right, we could, like, this is what's happening when you're actually tracking the version control. So I've never tried it, but I do like those ideas.
Just to add on to it, one of the motivations that I give to students about what should be in the Git log is you should be able to recover your mindset as you were doing these commits. And by having a weekend summary of these, and maybe chronological order, maybe in reverse chronological order, here's your diary, right? Here's what you were thinking. Right? And does it still make sense? Do you see what you learned? Is this a learning progress? There seems to be some feedback mechanism there that might be one could leverage.
Oh yeah, that's a really cool idea actually.
I
like
it.
The end of a project. Yeah.
The really three cool. of us can write a paper and submit it to Journal of Statistics.
Yeah, that would be super interesting. At the end of a project, go back through the commit history and see if students can reproduce their own work.
I'm just furiously including myself in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll read a couple of the chat ones. So first about the about GitHub Classroom. Does GitHub Classroom cost money, Maria?
So GitHub Classroom does not. So on the GitHub side, those tools are free. So you do have to like register as like an educator. So they'll ask for like your some proof that you're, an instructor at a university or an institution. And that allows you to have the unlimited free repositories. So if you don't go through that step, then you would have to pay for the private, but for educators, it's free.
And then Anne asks, why knitting to PDF rather than knitting to HTML?
Oh, yes. So I only do that because I use Gradescope. So Gradescope is like an online rubric system. So students upload their work and then we can create like a rubric, which has been really great for teaching the large classes. And again, having lots of teaching assistants grading. So it's just that the HTMLs don't play nice with Gradescope, but we used to have them knit to markdown files so they could see it directly in GitHub more easily. But
Robert Pelschel says, do we need to teach GitHub at the same time as teaching stats and our studio? Robert, are you just tired, or are you it's an awful lot to teach, isn't it? I think it's just evolved that way. Robert, did you want to expand on your question?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just being a grumpy old guy, I guess. I don't use Git and GitHub comfortably. So part of me is thinking, oh, geez, this is going to be hard for me to teach. But I do find that I find it easier to teach R&R Studio when I'm reminding them that they've already done this intro stats stuff in an earlier course. And I think I'm going to find it easier to teach them Git and GitHub and good reproducible practices when they've already figured out how to run R Studio and generate a PDF on their own. And I realize that's like, we want to teach them to keyboard properly, but holy cow, they're learning to keyboard in kindergarten now. Like we never teach them to keyboard. And whereas I went to bloody typing for a year. It was awful. So I realized it's the processes that you're trying to teach you're trying to teach them like this is the way you do statistics. It's data science, excuse me. It's a big cohesive thing. But I just wonder if there's a huge cognitive load for some people in one of those areas, and when you overlay all three of them.
I would add that it becomes like a lot on one instructor, right? Like that's an awful lot on you, Maria, for instance. If it's not part of an institutional drive.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So I will say, as far as like my learning curve, I'll answer that first. The first time I taught this, I was kind of learning how to use GitHub myself, and so part of the workflow of making the repos and things for students also gets me more comfortable, like got me a lot more comfortable with that workflow and understanding Git and GitHub. Yeah, I do agree that it is a lot for the students to learn, particularly at like the intro level. So I will say in our introductory statistics course, they're using R&R Markdown, but not Git and GitHub, as opposed to our intro data science course, we've implemented the version control. But also too, there's sort of the more focus on the computing and less on like, we don't spend as much time on inference, for example. So I think there is that push and pull between the, like I think something has to give. Like you can't teach the full stat curriculum and teach this full reproducible workflow, particularly in an intro course.
Okay, thank you. That that context helps my understanding, because I was thinking, geez, what I think I'd like to do is a 2-week section on reproducibility or on workflow. When we've already kind of crossed the hurdle of, this is what it's like to load data into R. This is what it's like to do so in an R studio context. You've kind of got that, and they're feeling like they've succeeded in something. And then you say, now you're going to bugger all that up. So what we're going to do now is teach you how to do it a little bit more safely. We're going to put the training wheels back on, and this is what it's like to have a net. And maybe even deliberately go in and blast one of their files or something and tell them they have to reconstruct it. Anyhow, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Are there any other questions? Maria, thanks so much. Yeah, just a critical issue. I think we're all grappling with it, and so really appreciate you doing the hard work of pushing us forward and working out what we should be doing.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully I didn't scare anyone. And I'll throw a link to the slides in the chat if anyone's interested.
Yeah, that'd be great, because there was an awful lot of, I was taking screenshots as you were going, trying to grab the references. But yeah, that'd be great if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We're running a little behind schedule, but we'll make up for it now. So we'll just take a 10-minute break, and then we'll have Lars present. I'll just need to work out how to stop recording. There we go. So just a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back, folks. But thanks so much, Maria. Really appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you for having me. Yeah, this has been great. I unfortunately have to drop off now to go teach. But yes, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Good luck. See you.
Thanks.
How's everyone going? Is anyone still around? I think that one might be mine.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it looks the same. Sorry, I have these over there. Where did you put the
it should be.
Chrome or the
I think I
Safari?
just opened Safari.
I'll let you try it.
We can stop mirroring if you're not.
No, dude. We're good.
Okay. Hi everyone, we are back. Our next guest is Lars. Lars is here. This, just I should start recording. I'm too excited. First in-person conference in 2 years, I guess. So Lars wears a number of hats. He's a professor at Cornell, but he is also the data editor for the AEA journals, which is American Economic Association journals. There's about 9 journals, 8 journals.
Plus the proceedings.
Plus proceedings, 8 or 9 journals, and they are among the most important journals in economics, arguably the most important ones. And what Lars, I don't like to admit it, right? But I've actually got an economics degree. I've got an economics PhD. It's in economic history. And one of the reasons I left the field is because I just felt like a lot of it was just built on a house of cards. That you couldn't get any of the data. You couldn't really believe what was being posted in these journals. And so what Lars has managed to do in the past few years is just remarkable. And he's actually completely changed the way that economic research is done. Through his work as data editor at the AA. So it's truly remarkable and a great honor to have Lars here presenting. So thank you very much, Lars.
Okay, you want to put up my slides for me?
No, I've lost them.
Okay, there we go.
Let me just share screen.
Right, okay. Everybody see the slides? Not complain now. Okay, so Rowan gives me too much credit because even having a data editor is it's a reflection of what was going on in the discipline. So there is that. Let me just put it that. So I'll talk about here, and this is why we're in the education session here, about how we actually go about doing what Rowan alluded to, and I'll briefly mention that. But of course, in all of this, I'm talking just for myself, but this is based on joint work, which has been revised and resubmitted to the journal. Oops, this was sensitive. So here are the 8 journals that I am the data editor for. So lots of people perceive it, Lars is the data editor for the American Economic Review. Nope, I am the data editor for the American Economic Association and all of its journals. And the position is vague enough that I can make more out of it. But one of the things that Rowan alluded to is that it's not just about making the analysis reproducible, but also reusable. And so the idea of pushing, in many instances, the authors or the data providers to make the data more broadly available is also something that I care a lot about and where we have some success. Here, I'm just going to flash the key elements of the policy that when I became data editor, we rewrote somewhat, in particular because one of my key observations is that a lot of data that we think of as publicly accessible is actually not as accessible as we would like it to be. And on the other hand, research using data that is not accessible, and just think here of data that has personal identifiers or things like that, or a lot of the work that's being done with administrative data, while not universally downloadable by just anybody, is accessible to thousands of researchers. And whether we should think of that as fundamentally not reproducible or reproducible, I tend to think of it the other way. And we have lots of evidence, and I'll get to that in terms of what my students do, what that means. Now, the context here is quite different in terms of the setup. You guys were talking about students who sign up for your class and then get taught reproducible methods. I pay students and I have a stranglehold on authors, because if it weren't for my acceptance, they don't get published. You would be surprised what that gets in terms of compliance. So the generic process is that once somebody has a paper conditionally accepted, and I have absolutely no input at this point into the evaluation by the reviewers. So the whole idea is that it's conditionally accepted, subject to some reproducibility checks that, in a nutshell, I'm going to throw up here on the screen, and we're going to walk through this because this is the workflow that my students then also walk through. So it's not just conducting computational reproducibility. It starts by first figuring out what data is actually being used. And that can sometimes be a bit confusing. There is a project there I can talk to at the end that at some point in time I need to get to. We ask the students to read the paper and identify any clearly identified data set. And then, of course, we then need to identify, can we get at the data set? Because not every replication package, actually most replication packages don't have all the data for a variety of reasons. So then the obvious question is, can we access the data? And if it's just, oh yeah, go to IPTMS, download some data, it's not in the package, but you can just download it, then we can access the data and we proceed to conduct a reproducibility check. But circling back to that data citation and provenance stuff, we actually care about data citation. Most people were not trained on data citation, and so most manuscripts will be void of all data citations. And so we actually figure out, are they citing the data, are they citing the paper, et cetera, and put a report on that into the final report that I'll get to. Again, this is done by the students. So if we can't ourselves access the data, we will be on the lookout for third parties who can. In an average year, about 50 papers will go out to some third-party replicator who works with us in some guise. And we can walk through that. They essentially then do the same thing as the students do. And if we can't, then we just do a basic code check. Does it look like there's enough documentation of the code that we think that every table that should be somehow created by the code is actually being created by the code, even if we can't run the code? So it's a very simplistic analysis, but it also fails surprisingly often. This is where all those students that are going through the data citation, data science classes that you guys are teaching, hopefully down in the future, will not forget to document what program created table 3. Many seasoned researchers still forget to do that. So to give you some idea on why I call this at scale, in July 2019, we started doing this for all of the articles going through 6 of the journals, and we then added in the Journal of Economic Literature and Journal of Economic Perspectives a bit later. They have a slightly different editorial process. So we've done about 1,000 manuscripts by now. Manuscripts go through potentially multiple rounds, so we have conducted about 1,500 reproducibility checks. Some of those are, of course, at any point in time still in progress, but that's a lot, right? So in any given year, that's about 500 requests, about 400 manuscripts, and that's being done by, over the course of a year, about 40 students, right? At any given point in time, I'll have 25 in my lab, but they rotate off for various reasons. And so I just certified whom I paid over the last 12 months, and that was 44. So that made it into the report. That's typical now for about 2 years. So 2 years is not a long time. We'll see how this evolves and stuff like that. And I can say about the varying quality in cohorts and how midterms wreak havoc on my production schedule. So the process, as I just outlined, we start with data citation analysis. We figure out, can we get at the code? If we can, we conduct the reproducibility check. And something should be happening here. There we go. And if not, we contact that third party that conducts an acceptable reproducibility check as well. I'm not going to talk a lot about that, except for the fact that some of these third parties are actually graduate students. Our criterion is that it's sufficiently arm's length, okay? So the graduate student cannot have been involved in the original analysis. It has to be a new graduate student. The way I sell this to researchers to sort of, hey, why don't you pay your new graduate student some hours to check the code for me, is that I tell them this is really good training to get them to be your next RA on this particular project. That works pretty well. So then there's also the code check. We can have a sidebar on that. We've figured out for Stata a few ways to figure out what are all the packages that are being called that are not declared, because in contrast to Python or to R, you don't actually have to declare that you're using a library or a package or something like that. And that came out of an undergraduate assistant who was frustrated by all the times that her code failed after 3 days of running on a package that wasn't declared and wasn't installed. There's also some nice outcomes from here. And so in the end, we wrapped it all up into a report and sent it back to the authors. Okay. Just to point out that the template report that we get to them, I'll get to how that's important, is out there. Anybody want to go through that, run it themselves, it's there. Okay, so who? I actually chose to rely on undergraduates intentionally. I could have done this with graduate students, but this is maybe where being in economics comes into play. This is not something that most graduate students will use to find a job. And so the time I have with graduate students, I always have one graduate student who helps me with this, is by design limited, because they have a thesis to write, and the thesis can't be about I replicated 500 papers. That's not an economics thesis. And so the graduate students this is not their primary job. I'd still need quite a few graduate students, and Cornell has a lot of graduate students, but I'd still be dipping very deeply into that pool to get enough to do all of this. But it has a ton of undergraduates as well, and I took as the approach, we can do this. I didn't go blindly into that because I'd done a couple of pilot projects over summers where we did actually do this with undergraduates, and I thought, let's do this. So as it turns out, that's of course very good training for them as well. And so we essentially end up training the graduate students either in the initial training or through practice on best practices, on communication skills, on data acumen, on data management and curation sometimes, as well as at least observationally workflow and reproducibility skills. Now we have our own reproducible process, right? And they learn that as well, but they also observe how researchers got to the point where it's actually an article. Okay, I believe, and I have some anecdotal evidence, I'll just get to at the very end, that this is transferable to non-academic workplace and is useful overall as a study as well, even if it's not explicitly designed to be a class that I teach, but rather something. So to some extent, the lab targets both ends of the academic pipeline. I use the skills of the undergraduates who at some point in time are going to write papers that have replication packages at the very end of that package. Okay. One of the reasons I can do this relatively straightforwardly is because there's not a huge amount of diversity in software. Most of it is Stata, some of it is MATLAB, and then there's a sprinkling of other things. And should that be the case? Not really, but that's a different story. So it's mostly Stata MATLAB, and I should point out also mostly desktop oriented. Now, that's probably true in some aspects of data science as well, but you feel the pinch of that when you actually have to do 500 papers a year, because that becomes an impediment. A README that says hit Control-H to select all the code, then hit the little green triangle at the top to run the code, just is not very reproducible, even though fundamentally it could be run in a variety of ways. But that also means that I don't need already trained data science students, because as long as they have figured out something about how desktop software works, they're probably trainable for my purposes, okay? And as it turns out, initially we cast the net more widely to recruit undergraduates and those folks who are deeply into computer science or into engineering that have lots of Java and C++ experience are actually not very useful for following through the mind process of most seasoned academics. Students are not expected to master these programs. They're supposed to be able to run them. They're not supposed to be proficient programmers. They're not supposed to reprogram the whole thing. We're doing computational reproducibility. What is there actually generate the figures, but all the figures will generate something that's there. Okay, so the fact that all of these software pieces have similar desktop interfaces actually helps with that. We're actually trying to step a bit away from using desktop software and to trying to automate this. So having gone through 1,000 papers now gives us a good grasp of, is that actually feasible and how to go about that. So that's my let's check the data project for this year, is how to streamline some of these things using tools in the cloud within, we don't actually use GitHub, we use Bitbucket, but the same thing, automated tools that once we pop data and code in, it actually checks for us. And that again makes our work more efficient, but it hopefully then goes back to researchers as well. So, oh, this is how they do it. I can self-check that. And we'll get to that. Okay, so these are the elements we recruit on. This is who we recruit out there. Here's our actual hiring. So we hire 3 times a year. We hire during the fall and winter semester and for the summer as well. And as it turns out, I'll go into what we teach them, because in all of these classes, I cannot rely on what's already been taught in all the fabulous classes that are available at Cornell. I still have to teach them quite a lot myself, starting with Git. We select based on some knowledge of some graphical software. And so we can say R because most of the time people nowadays think that's RStudio. We say that having some command line experience is useful. Most don't. We added in that some familiarity with the Windows desktop was necessary because we actually used the remote Windows servers at Cornell for doing some of this. And after one summer where all of my RAs had never touched a Windows computer, I put that into the requirements. Okay, so the way we sell this as a nice job for the students is that there is no fixed time that you have to do the work. There's flexibility in scheduling. And that's why midterms wreak havoc on my schedule, because I tell them, look, you're here for academia, go off and do your midterm, come back to the paper you're replicating after that. Just don't ghost me. So most people don't ghost me. They have a lot of flexibility in the scheduling. There's 2 fixed points during the week that I'll get to. They're not paid a humongous amount of money, but they're not paid at the bottom of the wage scale either. So this is, what they see. We just throw our job posting out there into the sort of standard pool. We actually ignore field in terms of recruiting. In practice, we have had folks from economics, sociology, statistics, computer science, etc. We also don't say a specific experience, and so we can't rely on them having had some sort of advanced statistics courses or things like that. De facto, we tend to hire sophomores and juniors simply because after the training, they stay with us for a while, so it's worth our while to train them up. We have a few seniors, we'll hire them fall, definitely not in winter because they'll be around for 3 months and then gone again. We have occasionally had freshmen who had the appropriate qualifications. When we have hired freshmen, they were awesome. But most freshmen just don't have the exposure to this kind of stuff yet. And there on the right it's mostly economics. Obviously, they get attracted to some of that, but there's quite a bit of statistics and information science majors mentioned. Often these are dual majors, and the 4, none of these others are typically policy and sociology. Okay, so we have to upskill them. And this is training that's at the start of the whole process. And we call it upskilling because it's not a test. Our goal is to just give them the skills so that they get out. And we have really good experience. I'd say that mostly those that we lose are those that didn't expect that this is so computer oriented. So that's probably a good thing to do. But most of the other ones, we actually manage to skill up and find some useful use of them over the course of that in the lab. So we start out with a full day actually, we start before the full day with a video lecture that I recorded a while ago to give them background on what is this whole reproducibility crisis and stuff like that. And then we walk them through all the skills that we need them to have. We have a template README that a couple of data editors and I put out now a year ago that if you haven't seen it, have a look at it, but that sort of encapsulates what we're looking for in a README, and that's what we kind of baseline it on. And more and more researchers are actually using it, and those packages are really a lot better. We introduce them to reproducible practices to the extent that they need to do a few of those and that they should recognize when the authors did not do them, but we don't go deep in there. Half an hour is clearly not enough for that. So we barely scratch the surface. We spend an hour on data provenance and data citations. Again, it's all reinforced over the course of what they're going to do in the lab. We spend an hour on command line, Git, Markdown, and version control combined, right? So clearly, we're just giving them the very, very basic of stuff. I should note here that we teach Git on the command line precisely because we cannot guarantee that they have a controlled environment. As Maria just had, it's marvelous when you have a controlled environment, but we don't actually, because we go where the computation requires us to go. So that means that a student might run it on their Mac laptop, they might run it on the Windows server, it might be run on our Linux cluster, it might be run in the cloud. And so the one thing that's in common across all of these is if you could type git commit, you get committed. And so that's kind of what we tell them to use. And then we walk them first a dry run through a prototypical replication report, and then the actual process of what it means to walk through that process I threw up on the screen earlier. Block 2, as I call it, are days 2 and 4. After this really quick walkthrough, we walk them through the process again 3 times using some very, very simple articles. One is a fake article. It just basically illustrates here's data, here's how you run this, here's how you write the report. But we tell them here's the structured guideline, and behind that is a very step-by-step curriculum that I'll link to at the end of this as well. Work through it autonomously, figure it out. We've told you everything that you get to hear. Look at the recordings again, walk through that first case. It's really simple. There are 2 errors in there, find them, right? And then they do that. They then have an hour-long session with one of the existing RAs who's been at the lab for a while. They then go off and work on their own again, and then we sort of wrap up the whole session for each of these papers with an hour-long debrief session. And here's everything that I think you probably got wrong the first time around, and that's fine. Feedback in that style from me and from the RA. And then when they finally, after that, submit their first report, as they will over and over again in the lab, they will also get individualized feedback from the graduate student, as well as a sheet of here's all the things that usually go wrong. Might not have gone wrong in yours, but here's what usually goes wrong here. And getting it wrong is fine here, right? Because again, we don't know what they're going to be facing. There is no standard template of what we're observing at the ingest, right? So first one is a very simple Stata one. Second one is a very simple MATLAB one. These runs in seconds, so it's basically about the whole process flow. And the third one is a confidential data one where they can't run the data, and so they have to assess the code and the data citations and all that. Okay, and I probably need to speed up a bit. Then they're essentially done with our very fast training, and they get to work on actual articles, but they're not going to be randomly allocated these articles. We know they're the newbies. We try and filter out articles that we think that they can do and work with them a bit more intensely than we normally do as part of the lab. So again, they get individualized feedback. We look at their reports in a lot more detail, give them constructive feedback about here, this was different, remember this in the training, etc., and reinforce those particular attitudes, right? And then after 2 weeks of that, that's 1 or 2 additional papers there in the overall process in there. Okay, so accessing data, getting to some of the things that they learn in the lab as well that are implicit, not explicit. So accessing data, the way I sort of visualize these kinds of things, there's a ton of things that make data difficult of access, but we can collapse it all into a time dimension, right? You have a 1.5 year long application process, or you have to work with your university contracting for a month to buy some data or whatever. So think of it as a grade of time. And that, of course, correlates with how many people can potentially in the universe access these data. We're going to encounter all of these, right? You can put labels on some of these areas, but it's not a one-to-one relationship, right? You can have open access data that's difficult to access because it's big, or you might have what people think of as open access data, but you still have to sign up and then figure out where to download it to, etc. You might have FSRDCs or things like that, or like the Canadian RDCs, and you might have firm data. And I sort of notionally put them in some of these places, but there's firm data that's all the way up on the top left, and there's there's some open data that's at the bottom. If you think of, you ran a survey, the confidential information of that survey is accessible by a handful of people. And so it really is at the bottom, right? And you have to put in IRB and all that sorts of kind of things. Okay, let me skip over that. So the first thing that students learn is how to figure out, can we actually get at the data, right? And we have data citations are the first step for that. But it's not the only thing. So the README has to have additional information. We have a template again of, here's all the possible scenarios that can happen in terms of data citations and how they correlate with how data can be accessed. And then they need to trace down that data and acquire it. To the extent that we've reviewed it at a preliminary report, the student goes out and gets the data, right? And so frequently used data by researchers is going to be frequently encountered by these students, and it's going to happen over and over and over again. And just to sort of throw up some of the usual culprits, IPUMS, of course, the DHS program of the demographic and health surveys comes up quite frequently, and there's a request that needs to be put in for every paper that we reproduce here. World Bank data, World Development Indicators doesn't have an API. You have to download it every time. And so we need information, all those kinds of things. Those are just a few of those that come out. And the download process, the access process, all that is handled by the student with our supervision, of course. Right. So the ability to recognize data access conditions, the ability to request and obtain data, to be cognizant that this is not data that you can just ship around, the importance of an accurate description, because they're at the receiving end of an inaccurate description. And I can't figure this out. And I said, well, put it in the report and we'll do a second round. Right? And so then we get to the reproducibility check. That can be as simple as running a main program. If you have a fully reproducible single Jupyter notebook or an R Markdown, neither of which we see a lot, or just some main program, that's all fine. But most of the time, it's not fine. And so it can be as complex as running and babysitting a dozen programs. Think of the stuff that graduate students do over the course of 4 years of graduate studies that all shows up in one paper. They started in Stata, then learned that this cool thing R exists, then had this map that they had to do in ArcGIS, and they went to the library and the library helped them do it, but they didn't write code for that and all those kinds of things. So certain activities are done by hand. Downloading from the World Development Indicators has to be done by hand. So these are all things that some of them get exposed to, not everybody. We don't improve at our stage on the author's methods. If it says, load up this shapefile and select this layer and do those other things, it should be described and the student will follow it. That is still reproducibility. It's just not the most efficient reproducibility. And when things fail, they need to debug stuff, right? And so there are a bunch of questions that always come up early on because those are errors that always show up in author's code, and there's a quick thing to debug it. And we have a wiki for that. And at some point in time, there will be some guidance to authors about the top 5 things to avoid, which will probably generate another Twitter story. One key aspect that they learn here is how to communicate their problems with others. They don't work in a shared computing environment. I can't look over their shoulder, especially not during COVID. And so the ability to capture what the error is and to communicate it to others in the group, to the graduate student, to me, without us seeing the whole part of it, is one important aspect to this. This is where reproducibility of what they're doing comes into play, because we put all the code and all the changes they make to the code into a Git repository. We tell them to commit the logs as well so that we can have a look at the logs, and that their problem is reproducible if I then run the code as well, right? And then we write a report. They have to sum up these things. There's a template for doing that that helps a lot. But there's still a lot of scope to infuse language. And so I sometimes need to rein them back in, because when they're really fed up with badly written code that costs them hours of doing stuff, it shows in some of their descriptions. But we do teach them that there is no such thing as bad code. There is just code that doesn't work. Now, if code doesn't work 20 times, the message is obvious, but you stick with the obvious that it just doesn't work. And the other thing that they see when describing that is that they actually live the difference between a well-structured project and those that aren't quite well-structured. Because when they get lost, that's what the report will say. Okay, a few things. This is fundamentally a job for them. So it's not designed as a student education project, but there is, I think, student development going on in the lab and a few other things that I'll point out here. We observe fairly rapid gains in maturity and autonomy. They get exposed to all this rough world, not the finely tuned world that achieves a pedagogical goal, which I think is still necessary, but here is the raw, wild world of what goes out on there. We also promote a lot of peer-to-peer interaction. It doesn't happen quite as much as I'd like it to be, but we do have the notion of team leads. We do have the notion of pre-approvers, which are recruited from among the students to sort of be first reviewer of the report before it gets to my desk or the graduate student's desk. And we regularly involve them with some sort of experimental procedures, trying to optimize the workflow that we have, trying to figure out new ways that we can then throw back at the researchers and say, try this out yourself, and then we kind of get back to it. And we ask them to also share their experiences. We've had some data science students show us how Google Colab works, because they had encountered it, I had not encountered it, and we had a paper that used Google Colab. So how should I think about reproducibility of something on Google Colab and things like that? So we draw on their overall experience, and I think that's an important part of this as well. They contribute, not the biggest part, but they contribute to the overall lab as well. Okay. They need training, and that is something that goes to the bigger picture of, should this be part of the curriculum in individual classes, or should this be a foundational course or something like that? I should note that most of these students have not taken data science courses. So they probably would have learned some of this in the data science courses, but they're interested in empirical economics and have not yet had data science courses. That, I think, reveals something. But there's still things, I think, that the lab's training, it complements other things as well. You don't usually get trained on collecting as an undergraduate 15 different data sources. You don't usually get to run, even if it's at a superficial level, 5 different software packages at such a rapid pace that within a semester you will have done all of that. So there's a few things that I think that the lab provides that don't otherwise come out of that. One thing that I have observed is that the students, despite having internships on Wall Street and all those kinds of things, actually stay until the end. I lose very few, except for the occasional ones who say, I need to concentrate on my senior thesis, too much work, I need to drop the lab. We have currently a survey in the field of the about 70 graduates of the lab and collecting information from them. These are some quotes from some earlier just ad hoc debriefing. I'll let you read them yourself, but there seems to be a variety of skills that they pick up in the lab. Because it's unstructured, it necessarily is a variety of skills that they do. But everybody seems to pick up something that they like. And I'll stop there and open the floor to questions. Oh, and I'll post the slides. There's a bunch of things at the end there.
Does anyone have any questions? Stop sharing so we can see. Oh gosh, look at all of the. Which Dan?
Hi, Rohan. Hi, Professor Lars. I have a question about whether you would welcome pre-doctoral students who are not based at Cornell to work with you. I have a bunch of ideas in my head for how that could possibly work on a volunteer basis, let's say, or I know a lot of universities, like here at the University of Toronto, we have what is known as these elective independent study type of courses. So this might be a good motivation for students to work on important projects while gaining university credit for their efforts.
So we have clearly been thinking about that. One of the observed concerns we've had is that we are on a schedule, and that schedule doesn't always mesh with volunteers very well. And so that's where paying students makes the message clear that you're supposed to do this in a timely fashion, versus a volunteer, I might have some reticence to sort of insist that it be so timely. That also is, I think, one of my key concerns why pre-publication verification of this kind doesn't fit within an educational exercise as a class exercise or something like that, because the timelines are just not the same. That's not to say that it can't be done, but if I were to transform the entire training I get into a class, then I wouldn't do it quite as intensely as I do. I would probably do it a bit more fundamentally, because that's what you're looking for in a class. But that also means that at the end of the class, I'll have the skills, or in the middle of the class, I'll have the skills and the students available. And then at the end of the class, they're going to leave it again, right? And so it'll come bunched in time. And so it's the integration into the pre-publication process that makes it a bit of a difficult task to involve volunteers. And in this particular case, for now, I do have some ability to pay others outside of Cornell, but it's limited in the way that we're structured. That's just because we were trying to figure things out. I think long-term, it has to be something a bit more scalable, because I chafe at my boundaries there, and some authors chafe at me sitting on their papers and getting them out with delays. Post-publication, that's a very different thing. And so Abel is going to be talking tomorrow about his institute, and there's a few other things out there about how to organize this as a post-publication thing, where you have far more time. You don't have that deadline that's pushing you forward. But it's that integration into the pre-publication part that's a bit worrisome.
Right, yeah. So I was also thinking of the post-publication. I guess that would be more feasible.
Yes, absolutely. And it should happen. And that is ultimately, we do not reproduce every paper. We cannot, right? Something that runs for 3 months and uses a super cluster, we can't do that. And so we mark it as time not available. We think all the materials are there and we put it out anyway. We still insist on all the data documentation being there. We do some preliminary analysis of the code. We think it's complete, but we did not test it the way that we do with a reproducibility run, right? And those are available for the picking. I did see Abel earlier on, but Abel has been bugging me about every 2 weeks at least for a paper. Have you done this one? And I might have somebody to do it for you post-publication. Jake, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had this is great. Thanks, Lars. You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So one question I've been wondering about is, what do you do with studies like the ones from the OES where we can't share the data? Who's the third? What kind of third party would be trusted in that particular kind of a case?
Jake's upset that you've rejected this paper.
Oh, no. This has been a theoretical question. Although you may have engaged with some of our papers. I don't know.
I don't recollect having any of your papers, but at this point, I think I've had just about every editor have a paper in my queue as well. So they've all experienced it somewhere. So what do we treat as a third party? Ideally, it's a third party who has nothing to do with the original authors, right? And who has access to the same code. So let me bring 2 examples on the extreme. One where we didn't actually run the code, but where I sent the paper to a third party. The author said, oh, we're at Treasury and we got access to IRS data and nobody can do that, right? And I said, bullshit. And I sent it to somebody who I know has access to IRS data who is not at Treasury. And thus there is no institutional connection with that, because of course there are a few other institutions in the United States who have access to IRS data.
And I got meaningful feedback about the data and whether or not the code that they had provided was plausible without necessarily running it, right? And that's, I think, is the ultimate goal of what we're trying to do. Running computer code is just a very cheap way of assessing, do I have everything that's needed? It doesn't do the right thing, but it's complete, right? And if we can't run the code, we have to do some other assessment. And so we're back to making some basic assessments. Do we think we have code for every table out there? And do we think that the data treatment is plausible to do? Other scenarios are, for instance, Swedish prison data, okay? So of course it's confidential, but in addition to that, it's subject to the GDPR. And so the way that they got access to the data, and the way that they were willing to set up access to the data was that somebody had to be in Europe. And so I contacted one of my European data editor colleagues. He didn't have time. The thing drew out and I was supposed to go to Portugal for Christmas. And I said, I'll do it. Right. And so there are a variety of ways one can do this. I ended up not going to Portugal because Omicron and all that kind of stuff. So that one remains this way. But since they got all scared that I might do it, my goal is achieved, right? Because they must have made sure that their code is reproducible. The third example is where graduate students come into play. And that is when, say, we had prison data from some state in the United States. And of course, this project took years to come to fruition for the author, but he or she are still working on it. And so this is actively used data. It is still accessible to the author, but the RA long ago graduated. And so a new RA just hired, got as a job, read through the README, commit on your honor, that's the best we can do, that you won't communicate with the author on anything other than data access, and give it a try. And generally, we get back meaningful answers. We get back that there's a few tables that maybe have a few numbers different, and maybe there's something here that doesn't work. Mostly it doesn't break, which is a testimony to the fact that data, papers using confidential data are reproducible. They're just not easily accessible, right? How much of that is a function of my threat of calling you out on it is, of course, anybody's guess. It can't be completely independent of that. But these are all meaningful exercises in terms of assessing, is this complete? Is it a completely independent effort? No, it's not, right? But in some cases, it can never be. And I think my key example is we can never fully trust the data provenance chain anyway, because at some point, you collected a survey. I have to trust that you didn't fudge the data between the survey instrument and the data file that you give me as saying that that's the confidential one. There's nobody who can verify that unless you maybe outsourced it somewhere to a trusted entity. And what is that trusted entity, right? So that's what we do in those cases. So there is ample scope to do this post-publication, even pre-publication when that's the only goal, when there's some connection. And I look forward to incorporating some of those things.
Can I just follow up real quick?
Yeah.
One thought I had was to try to do almost a pairs programming or screen sharing event where, nobody else but so-and-so has the rights to touch this data, but they have the rights to, do a screen share with somebody, would something like that be, I'm not asking for a commitment right away, of course, just kind of, how does that sound?
Offered, but it is subject to many of the same rules, right? Okay. For instance, I know intimately well what goes on at the Census Bureau, and that would be illegal if you do that with census confidential data. So I don't want to dangle it out there as an option because under most rules that is illegal, or at least against your terms of use. It also doesn't work when code runs for a long time, right? I mean, you're showing me your code. You might even be showing me your log files. I don't know what to make of a 15,000 line log file. I don't think anybody can do that. But if you're able to post it, right? I'll take it and put it into a replication package and we'll just leave it there, right? I don't know to what extent screen sharing helps for many of the cases. It's really rare that we have hard to access data that also runs really quickly. And we get access, we sign a lot of NDAs and data use agreements with authors who send data to us, where then the RA also gets to sign that and runs the code on it, right? And they observe the entire process. They're told you can't put this data on your laptop, you have to go to our secure computer and all that kind of thing, which for them is new,
right? And so that's also to get back to the educational experience here. They get exposed to some of this, they at least hear about it on a regular basis, and they may get exposed to it. Other questions, comments? Okay.
We're a little over time, so we should.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks very much. Really
I'll move
appreciate
back to my seat in the audience. Yeah, take care of those.
Multi duties, yeah. Right. Sorry, folks, we're running a little over time, but that's okay. All of us. Michael, sorry. While Lars was presenting, I didn't. Michael, you're around? Excellent. Paraskevi, yeah, you're around. Okay, excellent. So I'll just start recording. Oh wow, like that. Look at that. Michael, impressing from the start. So Michael is a PhD student in the computational track of the molecular genetics department at the University of Toronto, and also I've never known how to pronounce this, but Lannenfeld. Maybe you can correct me in a moment. Lannenfeld, Tannenbaum Research Institute, and he works with Kieran Campbell. And so he's very interested in pancreatic cancer, and he's going to talk about SnakeMate. And so thank you very much, Michael.
So thanks for the kind introduction, and also thanks for the opportunity to present here today. Essentially, I work in the biomedical field, and I'm going to be talking about how I build pipelines and also reuse them, in particular, focusing on how to do this when data changes and parameters change between data sets. And so just a brief overview, my own work focuses on the cancer immune system relationship. And so this relationship is sort of summed up in this image quite nicely. So in the center, you see a cancer cell, and on the outside, you see what are known as cytotoxic killer T cells. And so these cells literally go ahead and kill cancer cells. And this relationship is quite important, in part also because it, one, protects us from cancer, but two, therapeutic agents target this relationship now. And these are relatively new, but also have shown great success in some cancer types. And so some of the specific questions that we're, for example, interested in is how many immune cells are present in a cancer biopsy, or what states are these cells, the cancer cells and immune cells in, and what variability exists in the cancer cell population in general, but also what happens to them as we perturb them. And it's only been fairly recently that we can actually answer these questions. And a lot of that is driven by a reduction in the cost of sequencing. And so I assume that many will be familiar with Moore's law, which essentially states that the number of transistors on an integrated circuit doubles every other year. And on this graph, you have time on the x-axis and cost on the y-axis, and Moore's law is overlaid over here, shown as a straight line on a log graph. And then in green, you have the cost of sequencing a full human genome. So back in the early 2000s, when the first human genome was sequenced, this cost the funders about $100 million to do. And the cost has been dropping at a rate faster than Moore's law ever since. This figure is a little outdated. By 2013, the price was about $5,000 per genome. And at this point, it's probably below $1,000 even. So perhaps unsurprisingly, with this reduction in the cost of sequencing came an explosion in the amount of data that is publicly deposited. So here you have the terabytes of data deposited in the short read archive database, which is essentially one of the databases where lots of sequencing gets stored. And as you can see, in 2019, there's almost been 400,000 terabytes of data deposited of sequencing data. And perhaps also unsurprisingly, data sets of this magnitude will require robust pipelines to process it all and make sense of what is essentially all ACTs and Gs. And before I get into how I do this now, I want to take a look back and reflect on how I used to do this. And this is also a tell on how not to do it. So about 2 years ago, I was still an undergrad at a different institute. And so one of the things we had was this nice robot over here. And ironically, and arguably, this is probably the most reproducible part of my workflow. So essentially, there's a bunch of pipettes here, and then these are what are called 96 well plates with a sample in each well. And so the robot then automatically handles this, and this cuts down on both cost and time it takes to process these. And so we did quite a lot of this, and then we ended up with about 1,000 samples from diverse cancer models using this robot, and it was partially my job to make sense of all this data and process it and clean it. And so what I used to do is to submit data cleaning jobs manually. This looked something like this. So I started writing out things in Bash. This was fairly big data, so it all happened in a computing cluster. And I essentially looped through all my data that was in a directory, wrote a batch script, and submitted this to the cluster with different parameters. And of course, 5 months down the line, I had trouble figuring out what parameters I used for what file, even though I sort of semi-tried encoding this in the actual file name. But it wasn't great, is the summary. I also rewrote a lot of code. So every single time the robot ran and we got new data, I would go back to the drawing board and essentially type out all these commands again. There was also a lot of R scripts that I had and functions that accomplish individual tasks, but they were not linked to any one project. And so I would individually run these whenever I needed any one of them. And again, 5 months later, it was kind of hard to figure out what I did when. There's a few other issues with this approach too. One of them is that changes in the upstream steps. So for example, if I decided that I wanted to change my data processing somehow, those didn't trigger a rerun of all the subsequent steps. So if I forgot to change one of the steps in between, then I would essentially have a mistake in my code somewhere. And overall, the code usability across all of this was quite poor. So if you think a little bit about what we would like a pipeline to be like, first thing is probably reproducible, and we can talk a lot about this. In fact, we have a whole 3-day conference about it. But the things in practice that this means for me is to set a seed whenever randomness is involved, and also to add relative file paths. We also talk a lot about whenever we write code, the idea is that if you write your code more than twice, you should probably write a function for it. I like to think that this should be extended to pipelines. Whenever you use the same script more than once, you should probably package it up into a pipeline and not have the same script doing slightly different things all over and over just because you changed a parameter somewhere. This script should also be tied into a single executable workflow, and ideally create a results report at the end that can then be shared quite easily with a collaborator. They should also rerun workflow sections automatically if there's upstream changes. So for example, if I have this toy workflow here of downloading data, clustering some of it, and then creating a figure, if I decide that I want to change my clustering parameters and I rerun this step, the creating the figure part should automatically rerun without me having to do much or even think about it much. And then finally, I also would like to be able to reuse the same pipeline on different data sets. And so the example I'll showcase in just a bit is essentially quite a complex data processing pipeline. And the problem here is that most, if not all of the code remains the same. And it's only the parameters that change from data set to data set. And importantly, sometimes I can't even programmatically define these parameters. I need to go look at plots to figure out what these parameters should be, and only then can the pipeline proceed. So the example where I've run into this issue was of processing single-cell RNA sequencing experiments. And so here, the data modality doesn't matter too much, but essentially it is RNA sequencing. With the RNA from each individual cell is sequenced, and this allows us to understand the heterogeneity that exists between cells. And these are, again, some of the questions that I listed earlier. And this is also the kind of data that allows us to answer these questions. So to outline some of the steps in this workflow, the first step is to really filter out any dead and damaged cells. So the lab technician or whoever is actually running the experiment, throughout that whole process, cells will die, some things will not work. And these are cells that we don't want to keep in our analysis pipeline. And so there's really two ways to filter them out. One of them is to filter out cells that have very few reads in them. And so a read, the technical definition doesn't really matter here, but it's essentially how many times all of the different RNA molecules were counted in that particular cell. And then there's also reads that come from mitochondrial genes. And we want to keep that threshold somewhere. But these thresholds are data dependent. So for example, if I have a sample from cancer cells, then this mitochondrial threshold should be higher than if it were normal samples. And so this is an example plot from one of the data sets that I have processed. So each point here is essentially a cell. And then on the x-axis, you have the number of reads that were detected in that cell. And on the y-axis, you have the percent of mitochondrial genes that were detected in that cell. And so for this particular example, I set a threshold of 1,000 detected reads. So anything above that, I kept, and everything with less than 20% mitochondrial gene counts I kept too. So essentially this rectangle here, those are all the cells that I decided to keep. But importantly, I wouldn't have known about this before looking at this plot. So I can't create an automated pipeline to run all of this because there's no way for an algorithm to figure out where to place these lines. And it's more of an art than a science at sometimes. So that's the first data dependent parameters that I need to infer. The next step is generally to normalize the data. This can be as simple as log normalizing them. Then cells are clustered. And then I assign each cluster to a cell type based on the expression of certain marker genes. So different types of cells have markers that are expressed only in those cells. So for example, cancer cells have one set of markers and immune cells have other set of markers. And based on these markers, I then assign each cluster to a cell type. But of course, the problem is that some clusters are impure and contain multiple cell types, in which case I would want to take just that subcluster and recluster it. Again, this is something I don't know before I start implementing things, and I really need to wait and see and look at plots to determine this. Something else that is quite helpful is to look at scatter plots between different markers. And then based on this, I can assign cell types to each of those clusters more easily. But again, which two markers to correlate and to look at depends on all of the previous plots. So just a summary of some of the data dependent parameters. And this is not all of them, but it is the main ones, and it sort of gets the point across. The first one is the number of detected reads and the number of mitochondrial genes, the clusters that need reclustering and the IDs, as well as the markers to correlate with each other. So in summary, we really want a pipeline that is reproducible, that if I run it again, I get the same results, that I can execute in a single workflow, and that reruns the same script over different samples or parameters if that is necessary. So for example, if I want to plot the expression of a gene across all the different clusters, I don't want to do that. I don't want to recreate that script many times. I want to have one script to just plot these things and then rerun that same script. I also wanted to automatically rerun if there's upstream changes, and I want to use the same pipeline despite these data-dependent parameter differences between datasets. And so the way I implement all of this is using SnakeMake, which is a Python-based workflow manager. And it's essentially based on rules, which are human-readable code snippets. These can be tied together to run locally on a cluster on cloud environments, and should be easily transportable between any of them without really needing to modify the workflow. And so a basic rule essentially looks like this. It starts out with the word rule, and then it has a name. This name needs to be unique, but other than that, there's not really any requirements. And then it has an input and an output. So this is where the user can list what data goes into the rule, what it should spit out, and then how to do it. And in this case, that's just an R script, but it could just as well be a Python script or a shell command or something. And then I can tie lots of these snippets together to create a complete workflow. And this looks something like that. So I'll guide you through this essentially from the bottom up. The first rule might be to download a bunch of data. So there's also a parameter keyword where I can specify where I would like to download this from. I specify the output file name, and then a simple shell command can download this from this website and save it as this output. The next rule essentially takes this output as its input, and then it creates a figure from this using my R script. And so if I were to just have these two rules on their own, SnakeMake wouldn't really know what to do with it. The other thing that's required is a special rule called rule all. And so here I list all of the things that I want SnakeMake to create. In this case, it is a process data CSV and a figure. And then SnakeMake takes a look at this, and then it tries to find all of the rules that create this. And based on this information, it creates a directed acyclic graph where it starts at row O, it checks, oh, I would need this figure to be created. That is created by this plot figure rule, but this plot figure rule needs the process data as input. So actually what needs to run first is download my data. And then when I run the whole pipeline, it starts by downloading the data, plotting it, and then in this case, it's done. But this can be expanded to an arbitrary length. The other thing that is quite nice is that I can rerun the same thing quite easily. So let's say, for example, I want to plot the same figure, not once, but 3 times, once for each sample. One way to do this would be to list out the sample every time, or I could also use expand command in SnakeMake that essentially takes a path with a wildcard and a file name, and then also another list that contains values, which in this case specify the samples. So this would return a list with 3 file paths and names with my amazing figure -S1, S2, S3, etc. And then the only thing I need to do to the other workflow I showed earlier is to include these wildcards everywhere where there's data. And then SnakeMake automatically knows, oh, I need to download 3 samples from this website, and I need to create 3 figures, and it just runs it. The other thing I would briefly like to talk about is a configuration file that can be added quite easily in essentially just this fashion. And this is just a YAML file with configuration. This is generally a good place to keep file paths to data or software binaries. This is also where I keep all of my data filtering parameters. And the other thing is conditional rule execution. So, for example, the sort of classic example of this is to, for example, plot the expression of a gene in all the clusters. If I don't know how many clusters there will be, it is hard for me to specify what clusters to plot this gene in. And so SnakeMake solves this using checkpoints, essentially, where it creates a directed acyclic graph all the way up until this checkpoint. It runs all of that, and then it recreates the directed acyclic graph once it knows the output from the clustering script. But this still leaves one problem, which is this only works when SnakeMake can programmatically determine the next results. What happens if I need to determine these next steps based on manual inspection of plots? And I sort of mentioned some of these examples earlier, but these are situations when thresholds, for example, are data dependent and require manual inspection. And the first example I've showed was this plot where I needed to find thresholds for the number of detected reads and the percent of mitochondrial genes in a cell. And so the way around this that I found is to essentially start my snake file with some configuration where I save all of these parameters in, and then to create a dictionary that at the beginning contains all of the outputs that SnakeMake can generate automatically. In my configuration file, I will then also have parameters for these thresholds. And so when I run this for the first time, they're empty. So all of this evaluates to none. So none of this will run. So we can ignore it for now. And then I have my rule O, and here I put as input, I have all of the values from this dictionary. And so in this case, SnakeMake can just run ahead. It generates everything it can generate automatically. And then at the end, it automatically sends me an email and says, hey, everything is done. Please come back and check your plots and determine these thresholds. So then I log back in, look at my report, and look at these plots and say, okay, this is where I want my thresholds to be. I go into my configuration file, put those in, and then I rerun SnakeMake. And now, because this configuration parameter is not none anymore, this evaluates, and I add things to my dictionary. And once SnakeMake gets to running again, it notices, oh, the results are downloaded. This doesn't need to be rerun, but there's this process data file that isn't there yet that I need to recreate. And so essentially then it runs that rule to create that. And the rules can exist without issue. Okay. The final thing I wanted to mention is the report. So this is quite a neat feature where essentially all one needs to do is type snakemake -report with a name. And then this creates a report of this kind. So what you see here is essentially the directed acyclic graph again, starting at the very top. And each of these names is a role, the name of which doesn't really matter for the sake of this presentation, except to say that this is actually an actual example of one of my reports that I've used to process one of these data sets. And then on the left-hand side, you also see statistics and configuration, as well as all of the results. And so one can mark plots to be included in this report within a snake file, and then they would be included right here. So to take a look at some of these, the statistics tab essentially shows the runtime for each of these rows in seconds. And so each point is one of the times this ran. So plot marker density maps, for example, runs once for every marker, and I have about 100 markers in my configuration. And so this run 100 times, which is why there's so many points. And then I can also see a creation date of when this rule was last run and from what date that output is from. And then my configuration tab essentially just copy paste that YAML file that I used as a configuration. And so if I ever am confused about what number I used as any one of these thresholds, I can just go back in here and check what was used. Now to the results, this is essentially what those look like. There's a thumbnail of whatever figure I decided to include. I can just click on it, it enlarges, I can download it from here. And then there's also the parameters and wildcards that were used as part of this. So to summarize, I use SnakeMake's pipelines to create reproducible workflows. It's quite easy to just put these on GitHub and then clone them elsewhere. It just runs whether locally or on the compute cluster. I tie all of these rules together to create a single executable workflow. And then I can also rerun the same script over many different parameters and all samples using the expand function. I can also automatically rerun things if there's upstream changes. So SnakeMake automatically detects these based on timestamp. And then finally, I can reuse the same pipeline despite data-dependent parameter differences between data sets, either through checkpoints, if these can be evaluated programmatically, or using if-else statements and then adding them to a rule when these parameters must be specified manually. SnakeMake is quite powerful, so there's many more features that I didn't talk about, some of which are Docker containers. So each rule could have a separate Docker container. There's also a possibility to add one Docker container for the entire workflow. It allows for the specification of Conda environments. There's also wrappers for very commonly used tools that one can just use online, and then it doesn't take a lot of installation. There's support for log outputs and also high performance computing specifications such as the number of threads or the memory required. For anyone interested, I would highly recommend both the tutorial and the documentation. There's always new things that get added. And yeah, my slides are here in case anyone wants to look at them afterwards too.
Thanks very much, Michael. That was amazing. Does anyone have any questions for Michael? I'll just get us started with a quick one. How much time and heartache do you think that this has saved you since implementing this system? And if other folks have questions, add it to the chat or raise your hand. And
yeah, no, I think quite a lot, and it's only the beginning, I think. So this started with a collaborator asking me to process one of these data sets, and I did that. And then they came back and were like, okay, great. Can you do this with another data set? And then I had to do it for my own data set. So I think in total, I've processed about 3 data sets with this now. And now that it's up and running, it works quite fast. And yeah, I think probably a few days at least, but now this has also reduced the barrier of entry to just getting more data sets, right? And so it definitely speeds things up.
Paraskevy?
Hi, Michael. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. I have 2 questions. The first question is about the part of the work that needs some manual inspection, as for example, checking the visualizations and establishing the thresholds. I think you mentioned that, but I might have lost it. How do you actually incorporate this manual work in your system?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? I can't incorporate this automatically because it is just a very manual process that I don't know how to automate, and I don't even know if it's possible to automate. So in that case, what I used to do before is to have an automated part, and then I used to sort of add to it manually, and then I copy paste things from elsewhere, and then hard code all of the parameters once I saw the plots, right? But the whole idea of this is that there's a parameter section where I can add these parameters once I've determined them, but the pipeline only ever runs in increments, and it stops at the place where I need to try and find these, right? And then I manually inspect the plots. I add those thresholds to the configuration, and only then is it allowed to keep running.
Thank you. And the other question was about the Docker. I'm very, very new. Do you have any recommendations, like from your experience, about the Docker?
Yeah, it really depends on what you want to do and what you want to run. So I just create my own Docker containers. I usually start out with the bioconductor base Docker container, and then I add stuff onto that. But yeah, it's kind of case dependent on what you want to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Devin in the chat is asking, what are the advantages over a bash script file?
Yeah. Well, this is how I used to do things, right? I had my little bash scripts. There's many. One of which is sort of just essentially, if you have several bash scripts that all run one after the other, either you tie them all together, or what I used to do is to run them individually, but then you need to remember to run them individually every single time. So SnakeMake essentially handles all of this for you and runs it automatically.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right, well, just say thanks once again, Michael. That was very interesting.
Thanks.
Our next presenter is actually our question asker, Paraskevy Nasara. So is a PhD candidate here at the University of Toronto. And Paraskevy is going to talk about MOS for research, which is a maturity model to evaluate reproducibility in research projects. Thank you very much for joining us, Paraskevy.
Thank you for having me. Just give me a second to share my slides. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Great. So again, thank you very much for having me. My name is Paraskevy Masara. I'm PhD candidate and I'm computational nutritional scientist. My main research interest is on epidemiology, global health, and integration of omics data, specifically microbiome. And I don't have an experience like teaching undergraduate students data science. My experience comes mostly from teaching peers and also from the collaborations of my projects. So this model actually is for study and analysis reproducibility, and it was developed and tested in the context of a design thinking course for scientists from the University of Toronto. And based on this model, we then was adapted in my work. So my screen was stopped. Sorry, for a reason my slides don't move. I'm not sure. Yeah. So I'm coming from the domain again of nutritional health sciences, and in the past, generally in health sciences, the way that we tended to approach health problems, I will take obesity as an example because it comes from my field, was from the simplifying and reductionist approach. For example, there was a clear outcome, body weight gain or obesity, and a clear cause, energy intake imbalance. And our main goal was to investigate the relationship between the outcome and the exposure. Then more complicated models were proposed to study obesity in this case, that on top of the individual factors also contained other factors like environmental setups, also demographics, and they were more complicated. However, later it was realized that even the more complicated models like the ecological models that were proposed were not enough to capture the complexity of these problems like health problems as obesity. So new models were proposed that were dynamic. And this is an example that comes from the UK, the United Kingdom, and it was published in 2007. And this illustrates the conceptual framework and the different factors that work together in a dynamic manner and affect obesity. And it's very complicated, but I managed to to group some of these interactions. They come from food production, psychology, biology, molecular biology, including activity, environment, and so on. So we tend to approach these health science problems in a more multi-leveled way, with many disciplines included, and having multiple dynamics. So exactly as we changed our perception about the problem, we may also need to adapt our research processes to this new reality. So the problems became more complex with higher dimensions, but the processes that we are still using remain the same in extent, and maybe they are outdated at some point. So data is the token that we communicate with our collaborators and ourselves in these multi-dimensional problems. And as a result, they have been increasingly available and easy to produce. However, not always data are properly documented, which leading us to repeat some processes, analysis per se, or data cleaning. And this can create, of course, a lot of waste with regards to time, effort, and eventually resources and money. And the result is much lower reproducibility of research and low productivity for researchers. So this model was developed with the main objective to increase productivity and reproducibility in research. And this model was created for non-computer science experts from our field, including potential experts from basic science labs, for example, that do not use R, Python, or GitHub to document their projects. So many of them, the needs they have for data analysis stop to Excel. So our target audience are these researchers, these people. And this model was designed for them with the objectives to increase the awareness of data, the need of data reproducibility in non-computer science researchers, increase productivity and efficiency for data management and analysis, improve access to tools and processes for study management and reproduction, and of course, continuous improvement of internal processes. So this model has three parts. The first part is a self-assessment questionnaire. Second part, personalized evaluation based on part 1. And part 3, personalized recommendations for continuous improvement based on the previous 2 parts. I will give you some more details now on this model. And the first part, again, is a self-assessment questionnaire that covers things like how well research activities are documented, if the process is easy to repeat by team members and others, if changes in the process are documented, if the process is testable and verifiable, if there is a formal process to document the detection and the resolution of problems for future consideration, if research activities are generally planned, if project history is documented and can be retrieved, if authorship or ownership, another important point, of activities or communication between collaborators are recorded and maintained. And in the end, after having these questions, they are scored between 5 and 1. 5 is the maximum score, and whether based on whether group, project, or process satisfies completely the question or not at all. And at the end, the average score for all 10 questions constitutes the maturity level for the specific research process, group, or project. So about the outcome, the scores now, a low maturity level of 1 implies that the group does not follow a systematic or organized research approach. Number 2, the group starts to implement some organization and process in their projects, but it's still on an ad hoc basis specific to every project. Level 3, the group has put forward a more systematic approach that can be largely followed in all research projects within the same group. Level 4, the group has also begun to gather metrics about the processes itself, like productivity rate, reproducibility rate, and so on. And these metrics eventually are used in retrospect to assess how a project conforms to the applied process. Finally, maturity level 5, the group has a well-established research process that can be applied on any current project, and it's easy to adapt for future projects as well. Furthermore, the group is using quality metrics to continuously improve their process. Just to mention here that this maturity model was developed based on CMMI and was adapted for the field, the audience that we are actually targeting. This is how actually the questions look like. And after having assessed the maturity level and having a score, the part 2 of the model includes personalized evaluation, which pretty much provides recommendations to improve individual components that were not scored high enough, and particularly they were scored with less, with 3 or below. So an example here, if documentation was scored, for example, 3 out of 5, we recommend that every step of the project should actually have a set of instructions recorded and associated with it. A second example, if the readability of the project was scored with 2 out of 5, The recommendation was to ensure that all instructions can be used by others or for different data. And if we have a score of 4 or 5, it's everything, it's everything perfect, it's everything okay. So we don't provide any specific recommendations. So part 3, which is the final part, the model provides recommendations for quantifiable quality indexes so that the group can always assess and monitor their maturity and their progress. So in our guide, we provide generic minimum thresholds to achieve the desired quality or maturity level, but the group can decide and set their own goals based on these indexes and monitor their progress accordingly. And this part actually has some flexibility. So again, here we provide some examples based on the items we discussed previously. For example, we recommend at least one short sentence or paragraph for each step of project to create some form of recommendation and provide some explanation and description. To evaluate the repeatability of the process, we recommend that the group conducts a short usability study where they ask a colleague, the best would be not a colleague non-related to the study, to execute the analysis and measure how much time it took them to complete the task. This is something that we're actually doing now, and it's very effective. It's a very good step for a very good recommendation. Based on our experience. And of course, by keeping record of the time and the difficulties that the other collaborator had by repeating running the script or repeating the analysis, the time per se can be used as an evaluation metric about the repeatability of the process. And finally, we recommend that the group keeps a log about the change of the project or the process and record at least one comment per change. Now, for scientists, researchers who use GitHub, this might not be that difficult because the tool is available and with various commits, this can be easily tracked. However, GitHub is not that many researchers are not familiar with GitHub, and especially from the health sciences. So they might use other tools to keep track and keep some comments on their work. So to actually test this model, we conducted a prototype study for our model and our guides, both for them, and to see how it can help researchers. It was a very small study, like research in the framework of the course. So we I asked 10 graduate students who were actually involved at research projects at the time to answer the self-assessment questionnaire, and these students were actually coming from wet labs. And the model determined the maturity level of their projects and gave them personalized feedback based on their recommendations and the quantitative guide we developed. And to give you some results and some impressions, some comments from this prototype, the average maturity index was 3.6, which was actually not bad at all. It was encouraging. There is always some room for improvement. The other, of course, it was a very small prototype study, and the students we were not blinded, and they reported them, and they completed the model for themselves. It would be most likely better to have the collaborator to actually run the analysis and repeat and fill out the report, the model. the other interesting conclusion here is that the students mentioned that from their work, from their groups, they have their own pipelines. They have their own work, their rules and their routine on working, which come from past experience of the group, of the lab. And somehow this wisdom, let's say, this experience needs to be included in the model because it works for them. It might not be easily reproducible from someone else outside the lab, or might not be easy to document as a process, but they work in a way, and future models may need to take this into consideration and integrate the experience of each group. The participants of this small prototype were generally happy with the model, and they were very they showed their interest in using something else that they were not that familiar with. And they also commented on that the guide may have to be customized to cover specific domains or their studies. So in the future, it would be very interesting, actually, for those who are interested in exploring that further, to target a bigger audience. An example here is the whole Faculty of Medicine that has around 2,500 graduate students that mostly come from biology or health sciences, and they do not always have a background in computer science. And based on the small prototype we have, they may, and other experiences we have as group teaching and organizing workshops, they seem interested in exploring new opportunities in data reproducibility. And we choose this group might be interesting in particular because on the one hand, the research is very data oriented. In the end of the day, we are working in systems, and to answer health related questions, we need to work all together for many different disciplines and have biology, have psychology, have computer science, we have data science, and work all together. And what I mentioned previously, it's something new to many people, and they might be interested in exploring it. And some conclusions: reductionist research approaches. It seems that they're becoming less relevant for complex multidisciplinary projects that we need to work all together. And by not applying approaches that promote data reproducibility, we may end up to unnecessary repetitions, data waste, and eventually lower productivity. Reproducibility is a key property of research as it's strongly related to the project's quality and its value to the community from the implementation science perspective. And communication through data is another key aspect of multidisciplinary research projects. And we propose, we tested this model, and we propose models like the one that we developed, as they might show some potential in allowing research group to assess their practices and guide them towards increasing their reproducibility and organization in general. So again, thank you for having me. I would also like to thank my supervisors and the people, the students that participated in this course, and they participated in this model. And I'm very happy to take any questions.
This is just fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much for the presentation. Do folks have any questions or comments for Paraskevy? just well, maybe while people are thinking, I'm kind of interested to like implement it at an undergraduate level, and like seeing the journey of our undergraduates. Do you think in a statistics department as they they enter first year, and presumably they're going to be fairly low, and hopefully our aim, if we're doing our job right, is that by the end they're getting fairly high. Do you have thoughts about how this could be adapted for the undergraduates, perhaps?
Are you asking me? Sorry, I lost you. For adaptation to undergrads?
Yeah, to undergraduates. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it might be start with smaller projects, like either, for example, undergraduates that do some lab work. They are involved in some lab experiments, or they do some summer projects that they do research for a couple of months. They can start like with simple questions, simple steps, start documenting or familiarize themselves of what is reproducibility of the work. And as the questions are becoming more complex, more levels can be added.
Yeah, I love that idea, actually. I'm not sure if the DSI has a summer program, the SUDS, Summer Undergraduate Data Science program or something, but yeah, maybe this would be perfect to have to implement. Are there any other questions or comments? No? Right. Well, might just say thanks. Oh, sorry. Great talk. Sorry if I missed it. Is there a link?
So I don't have a link, but I have all material. Hi, Luke. we know each other with Luke. So yes, I can have all material and definitely share with you. There is also this work has been uploaded to the Design Thinking for Scientists course. It's actually on the UFT website. So a basic summary, it can be found there. But I can ask my supervisor and upload everything in the repository, GitHub repository we have from the lab. And if I get permission, I can upload everything there. It is open.
Oh, thank you very much.
No problem.
Oh, Elika has a final question. Do you have thoughts on video protocol journals?
Yeah, that'd be another interesting idea. I would like to, if you have any tools in mind, how actually to transfer whatever it's found on video to documentation. I would be very interested, like the transition from the video to actually like a video lab book, maybe.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Hi,
so I was working in a wet lab in McGill, and my coworker who was a postdoc there, she made a video protocol, and it was published in a video journal, which I felt like, that was a very nice thing to do, that, the documenting that whole procedure on video. So you see actually how they're doing each step. But I don't know how popular that is. So, but that could somewhere configure in this framework.
That's very interesting. It's actually a step towards reproducibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would like to learn more. Like if you can share a link or anything, I would definitely want to learn more about that.
Yeah, I'll have to find the name of the journal. It exists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Excellent. We might move to our next speaker. Let's try and hit record. Chris, oh, you're there. Excellent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. So our next speaker is Chris Kennedy, who's a PhD student in political science at Harvard. He is interested in reproducible redistricting. And so for those of you who, like me, sort of find the US a bit foreign, I think the basic idea is that the districts, the congressional districts are actually a political issue. And this is actually something that is fought over. And Chris is here to show us how we can actually do this in a reproducible manner. So thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you. Can you see the slides? The standard question.
Yeah,
Okay, great. I was a little worried that I shared the wrong screen. But thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I am a PhD candidate in government at Harvard University, and I'm also currently serving as a pre-doctoral fellow at the law school here, trying to actually take these types of tools that I'll speak about today and apply them primarily in a litigation type of context. So after the plans are passed, there's a whole bunch of back and forth really about the political process. With Rohan's note at the start, kind of anticipated, before we really dive into the reproducible aspect of this, I want to just introduce kind of the team that I'm working with at large, but then I'll actually give a 90-second what is redistricting for the normal countries that don't do it this kind of way. But essentially we have this large team primarily here at Harvard in government and statistics, along with some scattered people at Stanford and in Japan actually. And we've come together as a group that wants to really bring these modern redistricting algorithms, these types of samplers that allow us to try and talk about the space of legal valid plans and bring those so that researchers, policymakers, journalists, and really just the typical data scientist can use these tools and try and make an impact on their own ability to be represented in government. Before we dive into really the technical work that goes into that, first I just want to say, what is redistricting in case you come from a normal place or just really are not politically interested? What is redistricting? In the US, every 10 years, the Census Bureau conducts this massive census, a full enumeration of the population. And then they go out and they actually calculate how many seats in our federal legislature, Congress, each state should be given. You can have everyone in the House of Representatives will be given at least one seat, but how do the other seats get apportioned? In this cycle, right, we've seen 6 states got only 1 seat, and so their process is done, right? That state is your district. In the other places, in places like California, for example, they have 52 districts, and so they need to partition the state into 52 pieces. The biggest constraint on this is that those districts must have equal population. For congressional districts, it's very strict. It needs to be within a person under most situations. State, county, and city governments is actually where most of the redistricting in the United States happens. Thousands of cities and counties redistrict, whereas you only have 50 states and 149 state legislature bodies that you need to draw. With those, states and localities actually get to set what they would like to constrain on. So it's not just that they're equal population, you need to actually think about how do we do this in a way where we do meet some desirable qualities. These, once they're drawn, often undergo litigation. I would say a surprisingly large percent of plans actually get litigated. That's where you'll see breaking news like yesterday about North Carolina. It's like, so what happened in North Carolina? It's a mess. But these constraints that go into this, the starting point is that there are these kind of 3 required things that we, as we are trying to work and develop methods to work with this, always have to be very aware of, because if we aren't meeting these requirements, we aren't doing anything anywhere. And these are, the classic is population equality. The second one really gets into geographic contiguity. Districts must be like one geographic piece. There are very specific ways that you have to deal with islands, about how would you actually match those. And some places like Hawaii, because there are so many islands, have very different types of notions of contiguity. The probably biggest thing that we often think about and hear about, though, is in the United States, there's a history of segregation, a history of racial tensions regarding voting. And so when we do these types of redistricting things, we need to be in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, which means that our districts need to do some very specific things regarding minority populations. There are all of these additional types of constraints that go into this that we will want to take into account as we go through this process. So that if we're trying to talk about how plans were drawn and how they could have been drawn, that we also need to meet these types of discretionary constraints is what we'd often call them. Things like, oh, you want to keep your county together, you want to keep your city together. These are things that I think most people recognize are not bad things, that if you have a small town, it might not make sense to split that town into 3 separate districts. You might want that to be together so it has a cohesive geographic understanding of what this member of Congress or state assemblyman, etc., is actually trying to represent. There's this big thing called compactness, which essentially is my shape kind of blobby, or is it this like long, thin strand? And then there come in these very specific things that you start working on a state and you realize, hey, they say we can't compare existing incumbents, and that's some sort of political nuisance, or that on the other side, you need to actually draw super competitive districts wherever you can. And so this undergoes a process that to us is not very transparent at all. And I would suspect to many people is not, where a state will have a small group that receives the data, they bring these people together, and then they just go back and forth. So where I say like opposing groups, they present, I would like this map to be the plan for the decade. And they go back and forth at that for weeks. It could be minutes, it could be weeks. And then this step 7 at the end is always, we see groups all the time sue if they lose. This process kind of as a, how do we start from this, is not very transparent. There's all sorts of process-based types of ways that we try and make redistricting transparent. So a big part of what our team at the Alarm Project is doing is on the method side of how can we make these types of things reproducible and transparent. This is happening at the same time as several types of process-based approaches are going on that are very focused on just making the process itself a transparent process. The biggest ones that you might hear of is redistricting commissions. In the US, kind of the default is the legislatures draw their own districts that they're going to draw in, that they're going to run in, right? So this is the classic picking your own constituents, picking who you want to vote for you. So many states have moved to these kind of citizen commissions that draw the maps, so that it's not the actual politicians drawing their own districts. Other big things that we're hearing a lot of now are public feedback, written justifications for why people made these choices, or requiring map drawer communication to be kind of open and recorded. The sunshine laws, if you've heard of the southern states in the US. These, however, like still lack something, right? These are making the process itself type of more transparent because we're getting information about it, but we're still not knowing if this is truthful. And these are very important, very large pieces of how American democracy functions. So what our group has done is come in at this from the algorithmic side. And what I would say is we have a very algorithmic approach. And most of what we've been doing is trying to make this transportable and make it so that everyone can do it. I'll say there are 3 steps. Each of these probably has like 15 substeps. But at first, you just need to figure out what your constraints are. What do I need to do, right? So what is the state telling me I need to do? So those required things plus anything additional in the kind of discretionary category. Big step 2, generate a large sample of plans that meet those constraints. As you might imagine, that is kind of its huge own thing. But once you have that, we have something that's much clearer to think about, which is a plan good? Well, we can compare it to all of these other plans that meet that kind of legal definition. We can write down an actual like target distribution that these plans are generated from, and we can begin to compare them based off of what we see. Those benefits are on very much the transparency side, that we know what information we gave the algorithm, right? If we didn't give it political information, we didn't give it political information. And we know what that was backwards, but we know what it didn't have, and we know what it had. So if we gave it information about minority populations, to boost performance in certain areas and draw districts that had large minority populations in places where maybe they haven't been able to represent their candidate of choice over time. This makes it relatively quick for us to understand as well what's possible. You can click on your computer to generate a bunch of plans once you've figured out what you need to do. And you suddenly will see, well, if it exists in my sample, it can be done. It always leaves open. Maybe if it isn't in the example, you don't know if it can be done. But then the big kind of other piece here is that it makes these probabilistic statistical claims because we're going to do this in a way that's nice and it's using sampling with different algorithms that are aimed at this. That'll help us know, like, is this proposed plan an outlier? These are the types of things that are used in that step 7, that litigation aspect, to really understand. Now with these benefits that I've painted as easy and lofty, it comes with back that huge step 2. How do I generate a large sample of plans that meet those constraints? And I would summarize that into like 5 big questions that this gives us. And that's where our kind of reproducibility really comes in, and how we want to approach this and how we are approaching this. Big question like, what data do I use? What can I actually bring to this? It needs to be open. It needs to be coming from the government so that everyone has access to the same types of resources. How do we think about things like contiguity? Places like Hawaii are a mess, right? Because they're islands. Places like Alaska similarly has islands, but actually has a much cleaner approach to how do you deal with them. Election data is often on different shapes than the actual census bureaus, shapes that are going to be used to draw the districts. How do we generate those samples? So what tools do we have for that? And then once we've done all that, how do we actually compare this plan to some of the sampled plans? So our key approach here has been to, as a team of several scholars, develop a large, to us, maybe not to some of the larger ecosystems that are out there, but to develop a set of R packages that allow for anyone to really just download some data and get going and really understand what happened in this process. The starting point for that is always this, what data do I use question, right? If you don't have the data, you don't know what's going into this. And so we've set up as kind of this first stage, a package that, called Sensible, that deals with US Census data. It relies on other packages that are out there, like Kyle Walker's Tidy Census, to pull in all of this data, but then it goes a step further and it uses these standardized naming conventions so that they become human readable. Those who are familiar with the Census Bureau data know that things like total population are P001001. That's not super helpful unless you are, sitting there memorizing the code book because you're working on it so often. But for other people, we want this to take that and say pop. And for things like voting age population, we want it to pull the exact correct variables that are used by the Census Bureau, that are used by the states, and call that something like VAP for voting age population. And working through several categories like that to create these so that once you open the data, you open your data frame, it's like, okay, these data make sense to me. I can understand what's in it. And then as kind of the aside to that is the Census Bureau deals in these kind of numeric codes to indicate states, to indicate regions. And so it provides all sorts of tools that work with those FIPS, ANSI, and GeoID codes. The second question that I posed before was, how do I ensure contiguity? And we've come up with a bunch of heuristic ways that, if you can see the kind of Hawaii stretching out, the way that we can connect them is to think about their geographic structure and to look at past case law so that the decisions that we're making are documented in full of how are we connecting these, so that it's not just someone ad hoc going through and saying, well, this one looks close to this one. As I said, Hawaii has some interesting rules. So like these are all counted as one island, makes it additionally weird. But then we also provide all sorts of tools that would allow you to do things like separate rivers if you're not allowed to cross a river, or separate a lake if you can't cross the lake, those types of things. Geomander's second set of tools that are in it are all about election data. So on the right here, to kind of motivate why this type of thing is a problem, I've overlaid 2 sets of lines on top of each other. One of them in black is going to actually be the state's lines. What they're saying are the basic geographic units that they're building districts out of. The red lines on top of them cover almost all of it, except for in these few areas where the state has just randomly, not actually randomly, but to the outsider, randomly split additional things. And so the key for these types of things is the election data doesn't actually match up with the census geographies that you need to work with. So we've developed a set of tools that would allow you to crosswalk between these. And there are all sorts of different ways we can think about that by, matching by area and distributing in that way. The most common approach is that we can estimate elections and estimate the vote totals down to the blocks by population and then re-aggregate them up. That's probably the most common approach. But to our knowledge, before we put this together, most of that software that would do it was actually proprietary through one service called Caliper. And that can be quite a difficulty when the software is tens of thousands of dollars for if you're trying to be a citizen data scientist or researcher trying to deal with this data. Answering that really big number 2 though before, how do I generate samples of valid plans, is in and of itself a massive literature. There are dozens of papers that go through and try and figure out, okay, how can we conceptualize this type of problem and break it down and really just generate on a push go. The biggest problem that we've seen here is not the algorithms, that there are some great people who are developing the algorithms. The problem we've seen is largely, well, one group generated one algorithm and that was it. And then, so you have their random GitHub repository and that's all that you have to deal with it. Another group did the same exact thing and then put it on Dropbox. And so you can download their code and work with it. A few, like a dozen or so teams that have done these types of things. What we've gone through now and done is to collect as many of those as we can and say, okay, can we re-implement this in a common software in a common way, which gives us several different algorithms that we can work with and that we can deal with. Some of these main 2 are sequential Monte Carlo algorithms and Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithms. Those are typically what we use to actually sample districts so that we can talk about outlier status. But then there are other families like enumeration methods. If you have a very small state like Iowa that uses counties rather than precincts, right? You only have 99 counties. And you can actually enumerate every single possible district. So kind of your best of all worlds type of deal. But then there are these optimization or heuristic approaches. And we've gone and we've collected as many of these as we can and tried to bring them together into a standard interface that very keyly implements the types of common constraints that I talked about before: geographic contiguity, population equality, avoiding pairing incumbents, creating competitive districts, those types of things, so that in I say like in a second, but with familiarity with the software, everyone is able to then go and actually score these plans and understand what's going on. It also provides additional tools for making sure that you're doing this correctly. And then for that 5th question that I posed before, how do I compare a proposed plan to the sample plans? Well, you're in luck. Since around 1984, people have just been writing paper after paper after paper, bringing together all of these different types of ideas of what is fair to me is not fair to you, is not fair to another person. So we all have different conceptions of what bias might be, especially in a partisan sense. And so we've collected many of the common ones for these and brought them together. That compactness, this idea of, is the shape of my district round? Is it smooth? Similarly for that. And then for these more discretionary things about administrative splits, understanding segregation created by districts, or some like weird to us as political scientists, but much more common, I believe, to the computer scientists, this idea between distance between like partitions of a graph that give a lot of information about, have we created a quality sample? Have we created something that's diverse and that's actually capturing the space that we're trying to do? And to really bring these all together and say, okay, all of these packages interface with these, with the 4 that I've talked about, and with these other 4 that are like very specific add-ons, which I won't spend nearly as much time on, but like citizen voting age population in states like Texas or Florida, the way that you deal with citizenship is very important because there's a high non-citizen rate. Understanding diversity and segregation matters for how sometimes districts are actually drawn for determining, do we need to draw majority minority districts? And then 2 additional approaches for reading data, privacy protected data, and just the large data summary files. The goal of these is all to take it and be able to actually apply it and show, okay, now that we have this data, here's an entire pipeline that can be run and will actually help demonstrate, is a plan an outlier or not? Our major project right now with that has been to take this suite of R packages and create essentially templates for how would we do this across 50 states that are redistricting, the 44 that are more than just a single district and actually have a process has been our focus. With that, we've gone and done many of these states that are in red. The states that are in blue are the kind of work in progress states, and states that are in black are the ones that are taking way too long and still haven't passed plans, or in the case of a place like Ohio, are in the middle of a constitutional crisis because they can't set up a plan. With that, to try and make this so that everyone has the ability to view the data to understand what happened, we're putting out all of the outputs for our analysis. And so this is just on the Dataverse and allows for people to just grab it if they don't know what they're doing and just have the outputs and deal with those, where these are kind of common types of outputs like CSVs, right? However, for us, I don't think that goes far enough, just releasing outputs, what really went into that process. And so we've been spending a lot of time really taking these and essentially making templates for these states that demonstrate how did we generate those plans, and making that all available on GitHub. The key there, though, is that this sets up a common template that can be used for any state, for any locality with a smidgen more work because you need to better define a locality than a state, and gives a common set of code that uses the 8 packages from before to prep the data, do the common types of steps of matching elections, then to set up these simulation specific objects and actually simulate and score in one go. We then further just try and document this as much as possible so that what we did in files 1 through 3 is clear, so that other people understand really what we did. The output of that is very nice, once we have that, there's a nice parameterized using the beautiful distill package for R to actually just automatically create an output for this so that each page has a website. In this case, I was highlighting New Jersey, right? So a place like New Jersey, it's a state right below New York for those who are not familiar with New Jersey. And we're able to just immediately look at the enacted plan in the top left here and see, okay, plans that also satisfy this, here's just 3 more. We've given you 5,000 in the output on the Dataverse, but here are 3 so that you can get a quick sense of what's really going on. We can then use that and do things like, okay, across those 5,000 plans, how many seats did people get? And the beauty is that like the code to generate this, these are the types of reports that are used in litigation and presenting to commissions all the time. The code for doing this is all right there and follows through the website. This type of vote margins is kind of the first thing that we always go to, because very often what we're worried about in redistricting are 2 big things: partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering. Racial gerrymandering is not set up in a way that we could easily check this. You need a lot more pre-work. But for looking for things like partisan gerrymandering, you can get these types of telltale signs just by glancing them at a website like this, where we can see what happened in New Jersey redistricting. If they had competitive seats like we might have expected, you would have had 2 to 3 that were right along this line. Instead, you end up with these 2 particular seats that get packed a little more and give a little more protection to the incumbent Republican and Democrat in those 2 seats by pushing it away from that kind of even line and creating a small Republican and a small Democratic bias in those types of seats. Those types of biases that we can tell by looking at a graph also have in a large literature all sorts of metrics that we pre-compute and put on the Dataverse with this. To wrap up that type of sense, we can then even look at those traditional criteria that are often optional of things like compactness on the left here, right? So we'd be able to say, well, on average, the plan that they enacted is less compact than what we would have seen, where higher scores are more compact. And on the other hand, right, like so the numbers of county splits look about what we would have seen. It's about the median. So that those types of things might not be a problem. In a similar vein, with the other side of my work, done some very cool thing that I believe is the first time this has been done for litigation, is we actually were able to take all the software and in the course of a few days, write an amicus brief which is essentially saying to a court, hey, this is our expertise right here. We noticed you're dealing with this particular issue. As academics with this expertise, here's just some notes on if your thing that you're worried about is possible. And what is very cool about this that I think makes it a little novel is we were able to get the law clinic to agree to put this all on GitHub so that not just telling the court, hey, this is possible, we're able to say, this is possible, here is every single file that you need to directly replicate it, and here is every single decision because you have the code. Granted, that might take a little more time to get justices who can read our code, but can only go so far. And so with that, thank you guys very much.
That's amazing, Chris. Literally saving American democracy. Does anyone have any questions or comments? This must just be incredibly contentious, right? Like people going after you for advice from either side. Have you had much interaction that is sort of negative and put you off the research topic?
No, I don't think we've had any negative interaction. We've actually been, our group has been, I think, excited to see that in some of these cases now we have both sides using the same set of software and actually getting a nice clean argument over like what are the trade-offs that are being made so that you actually get to see like, oh, well, this group or this expert witness like sacrifice this particular area to create a Democratic advantage or Republican advantage, and actually get to see them then going back and forth. Because there are so many like details about how communications are privileged regarding those, I've been kind of shielded, I guess, then from getting people who are upset with it. Mostly we hear people who have just like happy questions like, oh, I'm using this. Can you tell me a little bit more about like how this type of thing is implemented? Because the actual details of these cases and the details of people using this, the actual software is often privileged until a case is ongoing.
Are there Shiny apps and things that could be developed that would further sort of reduce what we expect of a user in terms of their statistical capacity?
Absolutely, there are, but we have not gotten there yet. It's definitely something that comes up from time to time because like lawyers are very smart people, but often lawyers and judges do not have any statistical training beyond high school type of statistics. So trying to get things to be point and click is a conversation that comes up with many of the stakeholders that like are trying to use this with lawyers and explain it. Yeah, so it's definitely something that I think would be great to implement, but it's not something that we are quite the stage of having anything implemented.
Does anyone else have any other questions or comments? Chris? Are you comfortable talking a little bit about the census? You had a paper with Shura, right?
Well, yeah, yes, on the differential privacy.
Yeah, folks might be just, do you have like I don't want to put you on the spot, so feel free to say no, but like, do you have a couple of minutes just to like give folks a brief overview of that paper or?
Sure, yeah. So in April 28th, 2021, the Census Bureau, just before they were supposed to be releasing the actual data, put out a large set of demonstration data, which is essentially saying, okay, we're implementing a new privacy protocol. You have the data under the old protocol. There's a brand new protocol. How do we actually compare these and understand what's going to happen? Where we started as redistricting simulation kind of experts, and that is the large piece of our research, we said, okay, well, it's not super useful to just look at the single enacted plan that's been put into place. What we want to understand is if we sample for, and we picked, I think, 8 states that had interesting reasons to pick them, what actually happens based on the privacy aspect. And so what we're able to do is say, okay, over 5,000 or 10,000 plans, this type of privacy procedure is doing very specific things. Those specific things that we found by running these types of simulation algorithms was that the new privacy protections in the census that are based on differential privacy, but have a whole large scale post-processing, so that you don't do things like release negative numbers of people, or say that there are 50 people in a block, but the block group that they live in has less people than that block. There are all sorts of kind of standardization, common sense constraints that are on there. What we find is through that two-step process, at the end of it, heterogeneous areas, racially heterogeneous, so where it's very integrated, tend to get undercounted, not as a factor of like bad measurement, but as a factor of the privacy procedure. So there's always a concern, right, that we might be undercounting people in an area, but beyond that, the privacy procedure itself actually detracts from those areas. And because the counts need to still add up to the same number, reallocates those people from these heterogeneous areas into these much more homogeneous areas. And so the effect of that is very important for American democracy, because we have such strict rules about equal population. That in effect means that those homogeneous areas have more voting power per person, whereas those heterogeneous areas end up with less, because since it's undercounted and you need to still reach the same number of people, you have to put more people into those districts. That's something that I think is still a huge area ripe for research, because we were only able to look at the first the 12.2 demonstration data and the 19.61, which was the final parameters. Final parameters slightly improve over the focus of that paper, and is in the appendix, is that, hey, there's still a problem, but it is improved. It is something I think for especially people who are using census data to be quite aware of, including outside of the United States, as other large Census Bureau type organizations have been trying to take on similar approaches.
Yeah, and just to sort of underscore the importance of the work, I'll just quote the final sentence of your abstract. So while the DAS, which is this procedure that Chris is talking about, which is this disclosure avoidance system, leads to a likely violation of the one person, one vote standards as currently interpreted. It further does not prevent accurate predictions of an individual's race or ethnicity. So this is the reason, one of the reasons for putting in place this DAS. The paper sort of argues that it's likely not doing that. So important work in a variety of areas. So thank you very much, Chris. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Dewey, are you around?
Yeah, hi.
Are you right?
Sorry?
Are you okay? I'll intro.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll just start recording.
Share my screen.
Sure. So our next speaker and the final one for the day is Dewey. I met Dewey as a master's student at Monash, but on reflection, you've actually graduated now. So my information is a month or two out of date. But I worked with Dewey very closely on an R package, which was looking at multi-level regression with post-stratification, and was just sort of blown away by Dewey's ability to deal with large data sets in a reproducible manner. And Dewey's going to give a talk today about reproducible practice in taming wild data. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Rohan, for having me. So today I'd like to present my work in taming the wild data and how we build a reproducible workflow in it. And this work is done with my collaborator, which are Dai Cook and Tanaka, Nick Turney, and Kat Hyde. Most of them are from Monash University as well. And then first thing first, I'd like to tell you the motivation of this work. So for teaching and learning in introductory statistics and data science courses, Kim is mentioned in 2018 proposed that the three R of the ideals data, which are rich, real, and realistic. Rich meaning that the data meaningful enough to answer the questions. And if you build a data analysis with data, then you can draw many insights from it. Real meaning that the data provide the context to the data user, and realistic, which means that the data is not always come with tidy form. It could be messy, and then the pre-processing is often needed. On the other hand, for learning and teaching as well, there is a proposal also that the textbook data or the data has to be a minimum of prerequisite. So the analogy is like this: the wild data, the data in the wild is like the wild animal. It could be messy, it's hard to play with, and then almost always that it satisfies the third R, which is realistic. And the tame data, just like this, they are easy to play with and then has a minimum prerequisite. So if we make that the two views together, it is counterintuitive because the third R need the pre-processing in the data. And then on the other hand, it said that it has to be minimum prerequisite. So we try to create the tame data that are rich, real, enough to answer the question and provide context, but also tidy and clean. So this is the motivation of the work. And in order to tame the wild data, there are several works to do. And based on this data science pipeline, we can see that we have to import the data, we have to tidy it, transform, and all of it. And in a similar manner, the Vanderloo and de Jong proposed the statistical value chain, which is more suitable for the context of official statistics. And then there is some works to do from raw data to the valid data, and in order to produce statistics and output. And we can see that data cleaning and data tidying and pre-processing is very important in this process. However, the problem is data preparation is time consuming, and yes, yet it is the least enjoyable task. So this one is the result of the survey that asking data scientists that most of the time spent for data science task is for cleaning and organizing the data and collecting the data set. And when asked the least enjoyable task, most of them answer that the cleaning part and collecting the data sets are the least enjoyable. And the other problem is that these stages, the data cleaning and preparation, are often neglected, disorganized, and decision made during this process is often unreported. So, which means that there is a lack of reproducibility often in these stages. So, but in fact, that reproducibility is very important. And in the case of creating the data that is suitable for teaching or textbook data, the reproducibility is really important to, for example, to refresh the data to make it more up-to-date, because we need up-to-date data to teach people and to analyze in order to be still relevant to the current context. So that's why we built a reproducible workflow, and this is our work. Yahweh is actually a mythical creature in Australia, but in this case, it stands for the years of wages to investigate and explore. So we create an R package that is contains longitudinal wages dataset and several demographic variables from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, or NLSY 79. And then the period covered in this data is from 79 until the most recent survey published, which is 2018. And the aim is to provide longitudinal dataset that is suitable for teaching statistics, especially longitudinal data analysis, and with reproducibility and transparency emphasized. So this package has 3 data sets in it, which are the demographic data, the longitudinal wages data of the complete cohort, and then the third one is the wages data of high school dropouts. This is actually the refreshed version of Singer and Willet's data in their textbook longitudinal data analysis. So this book contains the wages data only until 94, and then we try to refresh the data until the most recent year of the survey. So why we choose this data set? It is because the NLSY 79 is quite an important survey. It has been used in research in various disciplines such as public health, economic, education. And this survey is carefully designed with high retention rates, so it's suitable for a life core research. And also this data set has been widely used in textbook, including in Singer and Willet. And this data also used as example data in our package Burger. So that's why we try to refresh the data. And the variables include in the original data, which the original data means here is the data in the Singer and Willet. And it covers variables of the ID of the data, the wages itself, the work experience of the individual, the graduate equivalency degree status, the highest grade completed, and then the dummy variable where the ID belongs to the Black or Hispanic group, and also the unemployment rate in the corresponding year. And in the refresh data, we try to create a similar variable as in the original data, but we add some variables to enrich in which we believe that will enrich the downstream analysis from data. And also to improve transparency, we also include other variables, such as a binary variable, whether as the implication of the data pre-processing with it. So, for example, whether the observation in that, whether the wages in that observation is imputed or not. So that is the plan. And I will talk about how do we get the data. So the data is publicly available in here. So getting the data is quite straightforward. We can upload a text set. So if we previously have downloaded the data, we will have a text set of all of the variables in their own name. We can just upload it, and then they will automatically generate the variables, and then we can download it again until the latest data available in this website. But if we haven't had downloaded before, we can search the variable, select it, and then download the data. So it is quite straightforward. And what I like about it, so this is the text set. So there is a tag of variable name in its raw data, and then we can upload it again in the future. So it is really good for starting the reproducible workflow, because they already make us all of the raw variable names for us. But in this case, the bad news is because we want to refresh the data, the old data. Some variables in the original data are not explicitly available in the database. So it is needed a detective work in order to recreate the variables, because not all these variables is also explicitly articulated on how we calculated it, on how they calculated it. So, and I will talk more about it in the next few slides. And yeah, of course, the downloaded data is not tidy, and then it is the reality that the data in the wild almost always is not tidy. So we tidy the data, and which by not tidy, I mean is the data contains so many variables. They put the data in the wider form, so we have to make it in the longer form, rename the variables, separate the variables and the year and the corresponding survey year, and mostly done with tidy first to rename, pivot longer the variables and change the data type with the appropriate data type. And also the final data, we save it in the table, which is, it is a class of data frame that is suitable for temporal data, in this case, longitudinal data. So as I mentioned before, that not all the variables in the textbook is explicitly available in the database. So we have to recreate it. And one of them is experience. So Singer and Willett use experience as the time index. So we can say that it is one of the most important variables in the dataset because it formed the longitudinal structure of the data. And however, this variable is not explicitly available in the database. So there is no single variable in the NLSY investigator mentioned about experience. So which means that this must be a calculated variable. And the other problem is there is no code or explicit explanation available in the book on how it is calculated from the raw data. And the only explanation is available is that the experience is the length of time measured in years since entering the labor force, with T0 is the first day of the subject starting to work. And after we search this variable, we found that there is one variable in the database that is actually similar to this. And this is the variable name is the original dates of starting to work. So we thought that, oh, maybe this variable is the variable that they referring to. So we try to calculate the experience from this and we compare it. And we couldn't do a directly comparison, for example, making the scatter plot between the experience in the refresh data and then the experience of the original data because we only have the ID. But in order to join the longitudinal data, we also have to have the years or the time variable. And then in the refresh data, we only have years. And in the original data, they didn't publish the year of survey. It's only the experience. But we actually searching for experience, so we cannot do that directly. So we just have to match, have a spread plot to actually match the pattern. And as we see that it didn't quite match. So we try again, and then we continue the detective work. We from the topical guide of the NLSY 79 data, we find that there is a topical guide of work experience, and then this is a list of variables that is actually related to the work experience. And then so we take one of the variable here, which is the number of weeks work since the last interview. And then we finally use this variable to calculate the experience. And it is not exactly match, but the pattern is the same. So we finally just using it. And lesson learned that it's really important. If we create a data set from the wild, should be ideally come with the documentation and how they are calculated. And also the other problem is there are many anomalies of wages data that in the raw data. So we create the summary plot of the data set. It's the summary of wages of each individual. We can see that there is implausible value here because it's quite not makes sense that one person having almost $60,000 an hour in their wage. And so we try to randomly get one ID, and we see here like it's quite suspicious because this this respondent only have one period of time that having a really high wages, and another years they just have this kind of wages. So further we sample the data, we can see that some observation has variability in it, some observation only participated in a few years of the survey, and then we can see that it is possibly error as well, because they only experience once on their the high wage. So we try to treat the anomalies. We use, it's not the fanciest method. We using the robust linear model with wage and year as response and predictor respectively. And because this one is the longitudinal data and every person has a different pattern of their wages. So we built the model for each individual using the nest and function from tidy, R, and poor. And each observation from this model, each observation will have weight, and then this weight is used to create a threshold to decide whether the observation is anomalous or not. And then we decide the threshold is 0.12. This is come from several simulation that this weight is can treat the anomalies, can eliminate the extreme values, but also still maintain the variability of the data. And it is related to the real characteristic, because it is the real world case that the wages is not always going up, but it could be up and down. So we are not trying to make the wages as smooth as possible, but we just want to try to treat the extreme values like I showed before. And then here is the result. We can see that some people are still having the variability. We can see that the dashed line here is the before, and then we can see the after they are already taking down. So we impute the extreme values with its predicted values from the model. And so because we refresh the data, so we compare the data with the Singer and Willett with the original data, but then we have a problem again, because in the textbook used the dropout subset, right? And then, but they didn't mention any definition of how they subset, how they filter the data from the complete cohort. They just said that the dropout data of male aged between 14 and 17 when the first survey conducted. So we try to filter the data, which this case, and dropouts variable is also not available in the database explicitly. So it must be derived also from other variables. So we try to use the GED information and also the highest grade completed to actually recreate the subset. It's not exactly the same because, again, there is no formal documentation about it. And we can see that this one is the comparison between the original and refreshed data in terms of the data of the highest grade completed. We can see that it's not match. It's not that match in every highest grade, because in the refreshed data we only have smaller proportion of people who have completed 10th grade, but here's there are more people who completed 10th grade in the original data. We can also see this one is the experience that we recalculated, which I mentioned before. We can see that the pattern is quite matched. It's not exactly matched, but we try our best to have the closest result. And then in this one, it is quite different, because in the original data, they adjust the wages with the inflation rate in 1990. And then in here, we didn't do that because we think that adjusting the inflation rate in 1990 might be out of date in the current context. So we will allow the user to decide whether they want to adjust the wages in a certain year, base year. So the reproducible aspects in Yaoi, we made all of the cleaning and pre-processing codes and the variable text file available in our GitHub repositories. And also in the vignette, we also create the stages of how we pre-process the data. So it's not only in the raw data that we include the pre-processing file, but we also make it in the vignette of the package itself. It's not updated yet, unfortunately. And then we hope that it can be used as a data cleaning example, just like Rohan's tweet several weeks ago, I think, whether there is a data cleaning appendix, ideally with our stats code. So we hope that this data set, the vignette of this data set could be used for that purpose. We also create a Shiny app. So as I mentioned before, that the way that we decide 0.12 might be arbitrary. Some people might not agree with it. So we create a Shiny app actually to customize the threshold. It is actually can also be used in teaching purpose. For example, in weight regression in the RLM, how the weight change the pattern in the data. So for example, here we set the weight, for example, 0.4, and then it will change the data, the summary statistic, it's the before, and there are the percentage of the imputed observation, and we can click here to sample to see before original data and before and after it is imputed. So we create this one, and then next plan is we want to add the function to do inflation adjustment. And we want to, because currently it is only on R, some people might not use R, so we want to put in CSV format and create the metadata and place it in place like Zenodo. So the takeaways from this case study is that the documentation is really essential to ensure reproducibility. Several difficulties encountered in the absence of the code and documentation in the textbook data. We have difficulty in deciding the variables to be downloaded. We have difficulty to recalculate the experience, subsetting the high school dropouts, and matching the original and the refreshed data sets. So, and also because the data has some extreme values, so maybe for the data provider, in this case is the NLSY or the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Census. So it's better, we recommend a better validation rule to be applied for the data providers in the data entry stage, so that maybe the anomalies like the extreme values could be eliminated before it is published. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Thierry. That was amazing. Are there any questions or comments that folks have? I'll just get started. How long did this all take you? What was the sort of development timeframe?
Sorry?
How long did this all sort of take? What was the time frame over which this was all put together?
Actually, we made it in the summer last year. We made this package in maybe 2-3 months, but we actually submitted in a paper and then we have to revise. So maybe it's 1 year, including the revision of the paper that we submit.
It's very quick, far quicker than I was expecting. Are there any other comments or questions?
Yeah, nice talk. I took a quick look at the Yaoi package, and most of the documentation is about the data itself. Is the package include the code to like clean from the raw data? Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
I just had just a brief look. I had trouble figuring out where that code was, but it looks very, very neat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we actually have, I will share my screen. So we have the data documentation here. So this is the text set that I mentioned before. So if someone want to reproduce the data with the recent survey published, then we can just upload this text set in this website. And then we also have the data preprocessing here with all of the code, with all of the original variable names. And then this one is to make, to actually preprocess the high school dropout, and then the possible, this is the comparison between the single and data and the data we've created or we refreshed. So we make all of the code available, and also in the vignette, it's not updated yet, but we upload the vignette in its website. So we have the articles here, steps to process the row to the input data, and then until the failed data. So it's pretty much like that.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Joey. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. And so that brings Thursday to an end. Dewey's Friday is just starting. You're in Indonesia at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here.
Oh my gosh, right. So your day is very much just starting. Oh, we appreciate you getting up early. It's 5:30 p.m. here. So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so thanks everyone, and hopefully see you tomorrow. So bye everyone, have a nice evening.